All right, all right, all right. Let me get this up here. And hello, I'm Reed Mouse. This is Chatterbox Bengals. I'm here. I'm ready to go. Jacob's at the game. Much needed time off after, I guess yesterday was a tough day. But we're not going to do that today. Here's what's on the line. All you Bengals fans, everyone that's watching this, is everything. Yeah, we've done the joke on air that every single week is a must-win game. Well, now we're pushed against the wall where 9-8 is not going to get you in, so you got to win the rest of the games. And I've said all week long, 2 weeks now because it's coming off a bye, do not let us win this game against the Steelers. Do not let us win the game against the Steelers because we win, we go to 5-7. And then there's 3 games in a row that the Bengals will at least be heavily favored in. So, I mean, there's a chance in which we win this game. We're going into the final 2 weeks of the season 8-7. So, I don't know what to do. So just don't let us win this game. I promise you guys 2 things. This is the second time I've done this show in place of Jacob. I promise you guys 2 things. And those 2 things are, 1, I will give you my all. Every ounce of fiber and bean will be put into this right here. Leave it right here. Because I hate the Steelers more than anything in the world. I think they are what's wrong with the world. Like, we're in an election year already passed, but there's all these questions or solutions to solve the world's problems. It's pretty simple what you do. You just make the Steelers not exist anymore, and we live in a utopia. But no one seems to be willing to do that, so the Bengals are going to try and do it today. The second thing that I promise is every score we will sing. You'll hear my lovely voice. But let's do it. Do I sing too, Reed? Yes, I sing. Yes, I sing. Every touchdown. After the PATs. Every touchdown after the PATs. If we kick a field goal, which hopefully we don't have to see Evan McPherson trot his butt out there, we'll do the Todd Rundgren song. Todd Rundgren. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. Last time I did this was, I'm 1-0. I'm 1-0. I did it against the Panthers, though. That was a good game. Hopefully I got all the kinks ironed out. I'll check my phone to see if anyone has told me anything wrong. God, Everett, that'd be great. So last time I did this, admittedly, I'm always watching the Bengals game when these games are going on, so I don't really tune in to Jacob's streams when he does this. I felt like an absolute loser last time I did this because I kept asking the chat to spam the chat with different things. I think I'm going to do it again because it worked against the Panthers. So if you just hear me yelling random stuff, spam the chat. Let's do it together. I'm giving my all. I need you guys to give your all. We're kicked. Anyone got any bets on this game? Anyone betting anything on this game? The Bengals are favorites by a field goal. That's crazy because we seem like a much worse team than the Steelers. But we are coming off a bye. We are at home. Is it too much to ask for a normal game? I am tired. Like, the Bengals are 4-7. This has been terrible season. But every game has been so intoxicating is the right word, I think. Like, if you pinned the 10 best NFL football games this year, the Bengals are like 4 of them. Both Ravens games, Chiefs, and the Chargers. We are 40% of the top 10 football games this year, which is crazy to think about. Lots of bets game day. Thank you all for being here. I got 4 hours. I got to pace myself. And I'll be honest, guys. If you know me, I like to consume an adult beverage from time to time. So that's my other risk. This game I might be see. But we're going to have fun. Heartbreaking games this year. It's been not fun. Not fun whatsoever. Really hasn't. I just got a text from my friend. He said, are the Bengals going to A, get off to a big lead, then blow it in the end, or B, get off to a terrible start, come back and blow it in the end? That's the year we've had. That is the year we've had. Oh, man. I'm also wearing throwback. I'm all in. I'm wearing a throwback Joe Burrow jersey. I have an orange one from the news style, but this is from his rookie year. I got it when he was a rookie, and then I got an authentic one after they changed the jerseys. But we are getting ready to kick off. We are going to receive, so we got the ball first. Let's do it. Who days? Who days in the chat? I'll start it off. We are returning it out at the 10-yard line. Ooh, got some room. 36. Good start. Good start. Oh, man. All right, 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. That's the one thing that I forgot to do is put an ESPN game tracker on this. I'll have that up in between the drives. I'll have where you can see where we're at in the game up on one of these areas in between drives, but I got to lock in. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. Drew Sample out on the field. He gets back in the backfield to his right. We got Chase Brown to his left. Dropping back to pass. Got a little bit of time, but the pocket collapses quickly. Joe Burrow falls down and hits Jamar Chase, but Jamar Chase is behind him, so it drops down to the turf. He was wide open, but Joe was getting hit as he threw the ball. Did Jamar Chase drop that? Because we've got, like, shade going on the field. I'm also watching this on, like, a 12-inch monitor, so... Can we get a replay of that? I want to see what happens. Don't let us win this game. That's the theme. So from the 37-yard line, it's 2nd and 10. We hand the ball off. It's going to be a sweep. It's a loss of 2 yards, and immediately was gobbled up. Nothing like an incomplete pass and then a run. Listen, I know that we have to run the ball more. I get it. We have to be a more balanced offense. But at the same time, like, if you throw an incomplete pass on 1st and 10, we get yards through the air. What's going to happen there? We're going to get 8 yards and it's going to be 3rd and 3? No, just throw the ball. So 3rd and 11. Joe Burrow's alone in the backfield. 5 wide. They're in the nickel. It looks like someone moved before the play. It's going to be a false start. Dropping back 5 yards. Oh, my goodness. Where did the phrase crap the bed come from? Let's not crap the bed. All right, so 3rd and 16. Joe Burrow drops back. He's going to Jamar Chase over the middle of the field. It looks like he might got hit by the... Come on. Face mask? He whipped his neck down. We get a gain of about 12. It's going to be 4th. Here comes Ryan Rico. I don't mind that play on 3rd and 16. Let's just get the ball to Jamar and see if he can do anything. You can kind of block for him ahead. I mean, he had his armor. I guess he never got the face mask, but man, that was close. All right, let's see what this ballyhoo defense can do. By the way, Logan Wilson's out. What's that about? What the heck happened there? Snap on the punt is good. It is off, so we ruin the good field position. But they take a fair catch out at 15. Dirty face masking Steelers. That's why they are the Axis powers. They are what is wrong with the world. I want a politician to run on the campaign that they will eliminate the Pittsburgh Steelers from the world, and I'll vote for them. I'll vote for them. They'll get so many votes. That should be your whole platform. You'll win the Electoral College 499 to 28, and the 28 they get are just from Pennsylvania. Which, Pennsylvania is not even a state. It's bull junk. It's a commonwealth. Rick Ash, that's funny. All right, shotgun formation. They're from the 15-yard line. Steelers starting with the ball. That shadow is terrible. Wilson dropping back. He's got plenty of time. He's looking over the middle of the field, and he almost, oh my God. If they throw it, if that's DPI, I'm going, what the heck happened there? ADG hit something. Did he hit him in the helmet? So they hit him as he was catching the ball. Okay, that's DPI. Yeah, that's DPI. I mean, he hit him. Yeah. Yeah, that's DPI. I mean, he laid him out, though. See, when I watch football, I like high scoring. I like a lot of passing. I like doing all that. But for some reason, when we play the Steelers, I just want to win the war, right? Everyone, if you ask any Bengals fan what the most heartbreaking loss of their life is, normally in the top of that list is that playoff game with A.J. McCarron starting back in 2015, and we won the war that day. All right, so it's going to be 1st and 10 from like the 45. So we had them in great field position. We pinned them back into the 15. They're going to get about 30 yards. All right, this will be a good time to get that. Let's see what we got here. The game cast. Sorry if I don't talk while this is happening, but I got to implement this. Sorry, I'm doing this as we're live. Effects, position, crop, X. Crop X. Boom. Crop Y. Boom. And crop Y. Boom. So we are getting ready to come back from break. All right, so it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Get the ball off, fake the handoff to get it right over to Najee Harris. He's got some room to work with. He's going to have a gain of 5-6 yards. They're out to the 45-yard line. So they started out the 38. Blackmore, what's up, my dude? There we go. There we go. All right, now we got it live. Cool. All right, 2nd and 3. Lousy defense, yeah. Looking downfield, Russell Wilson's got to get rid of it quickly. That's an incomplete pass. All right, third down. Third down. Can we get the punting unit out? Can we get the punting unit out? Let's get a stop. Am I really far behind you guys? Because I'm at 3rd and 3 right now. So 3rd and 3. They take the snap. 4 seconds to take it. Russell Wilson in shotgun, looking over to the right side of the field. It's intercepted! Man fell down. He's got everywhere to go. No one in front of him. Cam Taylor-Britt out to the 20-yard line. They can't bring him down. 15, 10. He's in! Cam Taylor-Britt, let's go! Welcome to Cincinnati, Russell Wilson. Let's go! Cam Taylor-Britt is a former Husker, a current Bengal, and a future star. Pick 6 to get the day going. Let's go! George Pickens is a bum. Russell Wilson is a bum. Russell Wilson's from Cincinnati, fun fact. Let's go! Cam Taylor-Britt. Man, who said this defense sucks? This defense is amazing. Today, all right, hear me out. In the first 4 minutes or 3 minutes of gameplay at 1 o'clock slate on December 1st, the Bengals have the best defense in the National Football League. I'm just saying that. So we go up 7-0. You guys ready? Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run, passer, boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody! You guys want to see? I have a beautiful family, a beautiful wife, cousins, everything. But I think the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen is right here. It says 7 Bengals, 0 Steelers. Let's multiply that by 7. And you know what? We can multiply the Steelers score by 7 right now too, because that's how math works. 7-0. What a start. LOL, we still got a bad defense. Are you watching this team? Right now? Nanny Run? In the first 3 minutes of the 1 o'clock slate on December 1st, in the year of our Lord 2024, we have the best defense in the National Football League. We've given up like 7 yards of total offense, and we have a pick 6. We do that for the rest of the game, we're unstoppable. Don't let us win this game. Do not let us win this game. Oh, baby. Have you ever seen an easier pick 6 in your life? You know what's so funny is regardless of what happens this game, like unless the defense gives up 40 points, I am in a crusade. I feel like as a Bengals fan defending Joe Burrow against Bengals fans who want to discredit him, and unless the Bengals give up 40 points, there will be people tweeting or talking about defense did their point. They got a pick 6, and you're just like, okay, whatever. But that is huge. Golly day, what a start. Anyone have defense first touchdown? Here's the replay. Dolce, we're glad to have you here. George Pickens, you bum. What George Pickens lacks in his ability to stay on his feet, he makes up for in character. Oh, Gene Steratore. He's always been pro Steelers. All right, 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Russell Wilson, fake the handoff again, bootleg out to the right side. Open man, it's one of the tight ends. Can't see which one it is. Looks like Freiermuth for a gain of about 7 yards. So 2nd and 3. Let's get it a stop. Let's get a stop here. Oh, Mike Tomlin. Is he crying? Or is he in his ear? Cam always gets away with one. I disagree, Natty. That looked clean. All right, 2nd and 3. Going under center. It's a pitch out to Najee Harris. They clean the edge, and they only get about a yard. So good job pushing him inside to the play, and that was Najee Harris. It's a good no call, Chuck H. I'm sure Bengals fans want Russ to cook. Let's get a stop. 3rd and 2. If you guys are way ahead of me, can you pause before putting stuff in the chat sometimes? All right, 3rd and 2. Let's get a stop here. Russ Wilson, 4 wide. Man to his right, takes the snap. We're sending 5. And it's going to be Najee Harris. They saw the blitz, and he's out beyond the 50-yard line across midfield. Tackle! It doesn't matter. Well, Lou Anarumo draws up on the board if we're not going to tackle the boy. Wrap up! So he gets 25 yards after the catch. They immediately got the first down. Should have been a gain of about 10. But so they read the blitz right away. Golly, Geno Stone. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line. They go no huddle. They hand it off to Harris. He's got one man to beat, spins around towards the inside of the field, and gains 6 yards on the carry. These commentators are annoying me. Don't worry, Jade. Turn off the game, and I got you. You kept them to the inside. Sometimes the cornerbacks, you got to wrap up when it's a man-on-man, but you just can't let them get outside you. That's number 1. 2nd and 3. Dropping back is Russ, dumping it off to Najee Harris, and a stiff arm over AKG. So it's another 5-yard pickup. So what our blitz is right now, the Bengals' blitzes, aren't working at all. Not at all. He's reading them right away. That's what you get when you get a veteran back there. When you get a guy who's won a Super Bowl, been to 2 Super Bowls, you've seen almost everything a defense can throw at you. So 1st and 10 from the 25. We're blitzing off the edge again. This time, they dump it right to Najee Harris. And he looks slow, man. He got hurt. He's hurt. He looked like he couldn't run. Yeah. That could have been a much bigger game. All right, so I said the Bengals defense for the first 3 minutes of the 1 o'clock slate on December 1st, 2024 is the best in league history probably. In the 3 minutes since, not great. I agree, Fishman. Tom's great. 2nd and 2. Jaylen Warren checks in for Najee Harris. They're eating up those blitzes. So it's going to be a bubble screen, and that's going to be a touchdown for the Steelers. George Pickens, groin injury, looks like for Harris. So I don't know. Our game plan pretty clearly was to put pressure on Russell Wilson. Pretty clearly, because we're sending 5-6 guys at a time. And they're just I mean, he's recognizing those blitzes immediately and dumping them off. Immediately dumping them off. I'd almost rather, I mean, that's not working. So, I mean, I guess we're just trying to make him make quick decisions. Looking amazing again. Yeah. Geno Stone was second in the league in interceptions last year. He's 24 years old. And without watching Geno Stone a whole lot, I mean, I watched him in the 2 games that we played the Ravens last year. You get excited. It's a 24-year-old that was second in the league in interceptions. But then you realize, why are we getting a safety for $4 million? And now you're starting to realize why. All right, let's see what our offense can do. We know our defense is going to give up points. Let's see what our offense can do. Gino. All right. What happened to the D? Rick, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? We've seen 11 games and half of a quarter in game number 12. And our defense has played, 2 good games? They played well against the Giants. They played well against, they played well against the Patriots. That's about it, dude. That's about it. They can't tackle. And I don't know if you guys know what you know about football, but it really doesn't matter what your scheme is if you can't tackle the dude. You could be put in the right position every single time, but if you can't wrap him up, it doesn't matter. And you know what? I've talked myself into more blitzing because at least you're making Russell Wilson to make quick decisions. Obviously, he's a veteran, and they're just dumping him off left and right. But is definitely Pee Wee League. Listen, if the Bengals defense played in the Hamilton CYO, I don't think they'd hoist the cup at the end of the year. Unlike the 2006 3rd, 4th grade St. Peter's Eagles, St. Anne's Bruins, undefeated 8-0. We got 50 people in here. Would really love if you gave us a like. Likes equals wins. I mean, golly, I hate Big Ben's face. I hate Big Ben's face. I'll tell you what, for as much as my hatred is against the Steelers, dudes like Hines Ward and Troy Polamalu, who were, just there as much as Big Ben was, they don't bother me nearly as much as Big Ben. Big Ben, man. Jesse Bates was that important. Maybe he was. So we're going to go out to the 22-yard line. We return it. Najee Harris looks pretty. Man, you can, watching that play, they're showing us a replay of Najee Harris, and you can just tell something happened bad. He was moving so slow. All right, 1st and 10. Shows the play here. Pistol formation. 3 guys to the wide of the left. They're at the 25-yard line. They hand it off to Chase Brown. No, fake. Dumping it down to Drew Sample. I don't know if you guys me and my friend started this bit like 2 years ago. You get the ball to DS89 in open space and watch the team cook. I swear to God, like the last 6 games, like the first 4 plays, we're trying to get the ball to Drew Sample. And then, yeah, that's as good of a play as any. 2-yard gain to Drew Sample. Golly. So 2nd and 8. Joe, the shadow has taken half of the field now, so it's hard to see the close side of the field. And that's going to be a quick feed to, it looks like Mike Gesicki. So it's going to be 3rd and short. DS89. Drew Sample in open space. Zach Taylor, 3rd and short. Play caller. I don't know how you guys feel about Zach Taylor, but I'm a pancake. I'm a ping pong ball. I'm a beach footwear. I'm a flip flop. I go back and forth. 4 wide. Joe Burrow alone in the backfield. Joe. What a catch! What a pass out to T, and what a catch. Got the first down. Joe Burrow completes the pass to T. Higgins for another Cincinnati Bengals. First down. Put ones in the chat for the first down. Ones in the chat. I know I defend Joe, guys, but I don't know how much NFL football you guys watch, but when I watch other teams, I get even more excited about our quarterback. So it's a handoff. Chase Brown, he's got room. It's going to be a 12-yard gain. Joe Burrow hands the ball off to Chase Brown. It's a gain of 12 yards for another Cincinnati Bengals. One's in the chat. Spam it. You know what? I'll spam it. I'll get it going. Boom, boom, boom. One's in the chat. Let's go. Chase Brown. It's so funny when the Texans play on primetime and everyone wants to make the Joe Mixon thing. I was like, Chase Brown's been great. He's been great. He fits our offense way better. And they're going to hand it off to Chase once again, and he's shot out of hell. It's another first down. He's breaking out wide. Get in the end zone, Brownie! Woo! Those are Brownie points. Chase Brown. My boy. My Lord. And the Bengals are back on top. What a carry. Did he get there? Looks like his knee's down. His knee's down, but we're all the way out to the 1. Chase Brownie, baby. It looks like his knee's down. I think his knee's down, guys. Hand the ball off to him again. Get him Drew Sample as a lead blocker. They're going to review this. We're going to go back. It's okay. It's okay. If we don't get in, this will kill me. I hope my wife has a grave plot, because if we don't score a touchdown here, I'm gonna wind up in the sewer. Golly. All right. You knee down. It's going to be a long one. It's a long one. So we're going under center, heavy to the right side of the field, which is the short side of the field. We hand it off to Chase Brown right up the gut, and it's one play. It takes one play. It takes one play. He earned it to get the ball 3 times, but he only took one. Chase Brown with the touchdown. We're gonna cautiously wait for this right here. Boom, there it is. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. What a drive by Chase Brown, dude. 3 carries, 52 yards. 3 carries, 52 yards. Let's see the PAT. We're going to sing. TDs. Put TDs in the chat. TDs. We love them big TDs. We got to see the PAT, Natty Ron. All right. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run, pass, or boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. The little trumpet is my favorite part. If someone in a friend group, if you sing the song, someone's got to do the trumpet like, rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. It's hard to sound good singing that song. Thanks, Ray. I'm not a good singer. Never have claimed to be. What a start. All right, we take another lead. Can our defense come up with something? Oh, man. Golly, the Steelers, they're a terror, they're a tartar. I don't mean to be Myas, but the Bengals, they are martyrs. This is, thanks, Natty Ron. Thanks. All right. 5:01 to play in the first quarter. Craig Sandlin will be joining in later, per usual. Jacob, I think I'm doing one other game this year, guys. After this one, I'm doing one other game. It'll be a Broncos game later on in the year. And let's hope that that game means quite a bit. Like I said, don't let us win this game. Don't let us win this game. 47 in the chat. We have 20 likes. I need more likes. I expect Reed to be singing for a good while. I'll keep singing. I'll sing 7 times if I have to. Log into my... She's a terror, she's a tartar. Sorry, logging in. Gotta log into my X account. So they're gonna take a touchback. So it's gonna be on the 30-yard line. So my questions about this defense. Let me log in real quick. My only questions for this defense are the following. Are we going to continue to blitz? Are we going to continue to blitz? Because I don't mind it. I just got to see some success with it sooner or later. All right, 1st and 10. It's a handoff. Is that Jalen Warren or Najee Harris? I can't see. Once again, I'm watching this on a 12-inch screen. I like the kickoff rule. Guys, stop worrying about change. Jordan Battle out on the field. It's a gain of 2. Get an update from the Jets. Jacob Stewart says Lewis simply in the gathering data portion of his master plan. You gotta let Lou pop the hood a little bit. 2nd and 8. We're going 4 on the line against them. 3 backers back, just a 4-3 set. And that's an incomplete pass. Russ underthrew it. Reed, it is horrible. Come on, Blackmore. Not all change is bad. You also want to know something else? I also like the college football overtime rule. The only thing I don't like about college football overtime is how they keep numbering the 2-point tries. It should just be called like sudden death after that. I think people get peeved when they're like, it didn't take 9 overtimes. You're just doing 2-point conversions. Just say like overtime 1, overtime 2, sudden death. Reed is showing his age. LOL. Glasses? 3rd and 8. It's going to be a catch for a 1st down and much more out to the midfield. And he spins out. Geno Stone, tackle a dude. Geno Stone, tackle a dude. He doesn't even appear to want to tackle a dude, and here comes a flag after the play. So Pickens. So it's going to be a 1st down regardless. Reed is showing his age. What does that mean? Do I look old? My wrinkles? I do feel old. Flag down on the field. So it's going to be unsportsmanlike conduct, taunting. on George Pickens. The thing about George Pickens is what he lacks in morals, he more than makes up for being a humble guy. You know? That's what I like about him. Is how humble he is and how morally sound he is. So Pickens is back out there making Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin runs a tight ship. He really does. Antonio Brown, Big Ben, George Pickens. Good guys over there in Pittsburgh. Russell Wilson rolling out to the left. It's just going to be another dump down. They're doing a good job even in, Russell Wilson's not 40. He's not Aaron Rodgers' age, but he's 35. But his game has always been kind of mobile, and they're still doing a good job, even though he's not as quick and moving the pocket. Second and 7. Russell Wilson went under center. He's checking out to shotgun. He's alone in the backfield, 5 wide with a split back on the left side. He drops back, peering to his right. He's rolling out of the pocket. He's got a man open for a gain of 5. He lunges forward for a first down. That's Darnell Washington. He's a big dude. Holy crap, he's a big dude. So it's another first down. Brah, you got a problem. You guys fighting in the chat. So from the 49-yard line, they're across midfield. Can we get a stop? 2 seconds to call a play. Throw the flag. Thank you. Thank you. They call a timeout before it? Yes. Delay a game. Delay a game. I mean, they don't even know how to count. They don't even know how to keep time in Pittsburgh. They don't even know how to keep time. It goes backwards, and when it hits 0, you gotta call a play before it happens. Bums. Bums. So drop back from first and 15, and it's just another dump down. Who's on Harris? Or who's on our running back? I know Harris is out. Under 2 minutes to play, and they're just checking down every time. They're just sending the running back up the middle of the field, turning around, getting rid of it quickly. Okay, now I'm out on blitzing. Make them do something else. Make them do something else. It's the same play. It's the same play. So it's first and 10. They're just dumping it off from the 37. They're just outside of field goal or right inside of it. Here's the handoff. They hit him at the line of scrimmage, but he breaks 2 tackles, and he's going to get first down. He's out the 25-yard line. Dude, Cordell Patterson. Cordell. God, I haven't heard his name in a while. This defense is so frustrating to watch. It's so frustrating to watch. They can't stop anything. And when we get there, they don't tackle. Final play of the first quarter coming. There's 10 seconds between the game clock and the play clock. 35 to play, first and 10 from the 25, in between the 25 and 26. It's a pitch play, and we swallow it up. It's going to be a gain of about 1.5 to 2 yards. So we take the lead going into the second quarter. I'm so frustrated, guys. Who's down? Evans Jr.? This is so freaking, this coaching staff has to go. I mean, clearly there's some moves that need to be made, and there's going to be that's Sheldon. That's Sheldon Rankins. Sorry, I can't. I'm watching on a 12-inch screen, like 5 feet from you guys, and the shadows and stuff make it hard. Oh, it's Chris Jenkins. My bad. This is so freaking frustrating. It's Chris Jenkins. We need a better drafting team. Yeah, everyone wants to talk about all these decisions that he made. I don't know, like, maybe we do need to fire people, but we need to hire people, guys. The Bengals need to hire. We don't have a scouting department. We don't have a scouting department in Cincinnati. Only NFL team that I know of, you can fact check that does not have a scouting. You know the scouting department is the coaches, the coaching staff, which is all well and good. The only problem is college football plays the same time as the NFL. They play a day before, so it's not like we can be in Athens, Georgia, scouting Georgia football players, and then be in L.A. to play the Rams the next day. It's so freaking frustrating. It's not the players, it's the technique. That could be true. We haven't developed well in a while. We did a really good job when we went to the Super Bowl at but hitting on free agent talent. We hit on Trey Hendrickson, Eli Apple, Awuzie. We hit on Larry Ogunjobi. We traded for B.J. Hill. We got Von Bell. Like, we nailed almost every free agent acquisition, and we have literally swung and missed since then. We have swung and missed since then. We drafted some decent players with Jermaine Pratt and Logan Wilson. Fire Duke Tobin before the second quarter. Once again, I don't know if people need to be fired. I just know they need to hire people. Will they even run a play? They don't have to. 2nd and 8. Yeah, they're just trying to get drawn offsides. All right, we'll flip the field. All right, we're taking a lead. We're taking a lead into the second quarter. Look at it. 14-7. 14-7. Eli Apple walks so Tam Caleb could stumble out into traffic. Golly, man. Put our twos up. Hang on. Everyone, put your twos up. Put them in the chat. If you got the emojis, I don't have them on this computer, but put your twos up. Smile on the camera. I got to send this to my friends. Saw the selfie game. Twos. Dos. Bag, baby. All right. We'll be okay as long as we score 14 per quarter. I don't know, Nate. I don't know. You'd think that'd be enough. You'd think 56 points would be plenty. Salted caramel frosty? No free ads here, but looks pretty good. If we win, let's all get a salted caramel frosty. If we win. Everyone in the chat. You know what? If we win and you go get one, send me a picture on Twitter at Reedmouse Radio. Don't give Pitt 6. See, and that's another thing about this defense, is in years past, in former years, they would get drives, but we'd stop them and we'd just hold them to 3. Like, we were good at that. It was the classic, cliche, bend, don't break defense. We're not that anymore. We're literally not that anymore. And the insane part is that was the problem on the other side of the ball, is we were settling for 3 too often offensively. The Bengals are number 1 in red zone off scoring this year in the league. We're scoring touchdowns. It's frustrating, man. How is Geno Stone an NFL player? I don't know. Is Geno Stone worse than Nick Scott? I think he's better. Nick Scott was, like, indefensible how bad he was. All right, 2nd and 8 from the 24-yard line. 23-yard line. Downfield. So Russell Wilson finds Calvin Austin for a touchdown. One play into the second quarter. Over top of Mike Hilton. 14-13, PAT pending. Mike Hilton, he's coming. You know what I'll say about Mike Hilton? That's a pretty bad play there. He just got roasted. Outside of Trey Hendrickson, who on this defense has come up with bigger plays this year than Mike Hilton? And the answer is nobody. Mike Hilton's come up with some big plays. Golly, take that, Bengals. Mr. Too Real, you're a fool. A fool. No Steelers fans allowed. And if you're going to stay in here, you're going to get berated. You're a fool. You root for terrible people. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Big Ben, George Pickens. In Cincinnati, we root for great human beings. Andy Dalton, Vontaze Burfict. Yeah, I don't know where the safeties were. It just was man coverage over the middle. They read that easy. 14-all. Let's go score. All right, let's go score. Let's go see what happens. Oh, man, what this defense lacks in playmakers, it more than makes up for the fact that the scheme is absolutely terrible. Ugh. So we're going to take a touchback here. And here we go. So we're going to take over from the 30-yard line. All right, 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. We're out on the right hash mark. Screen play for Jamar Chase. He sheds inside, then gets a gain of 8 yards. It's a good start. Do we try something deep, or do we just take? No, let's just run the offense. Just run the offense. We don't gotta answer back in 2 plays. So 2nd and 3. Let's get a score. 65 people in here. Let's get some likes. Spam the chats. 14:27 to play in the half. These shadows are terrible. Pistol formation for Joe. They send Form in. It's Chase Brown. He's dumping it out wide. He's got room to work. He's across midfield. It's Khalil Herbert. Or who is that? It's a good carry. Wasn't Chase Brown on the carry. Was Khalil Herbert for 14 yards. Khalil Herbert, you are a Cincinnati Bengal. I didn't think that was ever going to happen. All right, 1st and 10 from across midfield. Joe dropping back. A lot of pressure. He's trying way downfield, and they're going to throw a flag on holding. It was to T. Higgins. He did get slowed down by the defense, unless they're going to call hands to the face. But by the way that the Steelers receiver is reacting, there's going to be a huddle. Don't. Dude, his hands are on T. Higgins' face. Oh, yeah. Dude, that's a defensive holding. Yeah. So it's a 5-yard penalty, 1st down. We'll move up 5. Terrible block, Yoshi. Yoshi doesn't know how to play football unless it's in the red zone. Andre Yoshivas, I think he has the greatest RAS score, which is the score that they give draftees based on their athleticism. He's like the greatest RAS score in NFL Combine history. And then you realize, oh, yeah, that's why you're a 6th-round pick. All right, 1st and 10. Mr. Too Real. Fool. So they're trying for T. Higgins. High pass. It was immediately blew up from blitzing. Mr. Too Real, the reason I know you're a fool is because you used the wrong 2. You're Mr. and you're going to real. Second and 10. Joe dropping back, deep drop. He steps up in the pocket. He's going to run. Don't get hurt, don't get hurt, don't get hurt. All right, didn't get hurt. Slid for a gain of 8. Slid for a gain of 8. So the last game he played against the Chargers did something really unique defensively that I thought maybe some teams, and maybe they will, realizing it, is they show a blitzer, then they back him off a step, and then they bring him again. Because Joe has been obsessed, and it's worked to his advantage, of when everything starts to collapse, he steps up in the pocket, and if you show him that it's going to be okay to step up in the pocket, then take it away from him, it's a way to completely stop him from being able to make those big, long plays, and that's going to be a 1st down. We connect to Chase Brown. Joe Burrow completes a pass to Chase Brown for another Cincinnati Bengals. 1st down. One's in the chat. Hey, I'm not good with grammar. You actually, the right to is TWO. You are too real. 1st and 10 from the 30. Joe Burrow dumping it down. It's to Chase Brown. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards. It's a nice play on 1st. That's a nice play. Good change, Mr. Too Real. 2nd and 6 from the 26-yard line. Chase B is working hard. Get Drew in the right spot. Joe, people at his feet, just dumping it out. There's going to be a holding call. Drew. True sample. We're paying that man $5 million to just do whatever the heck we ask him to do. He is a $5 million grave digger. Let me see the play. Yeah, Drew, you got to be a little more discreet than that. I mean, just all over the place, that play, Drew. 2nd and 16. We are out of field goal range. Oh, I mean, I guess we're still in field goal range, but who knows with Evan McPherson. 2nd and 16, Joe dropping back to pass again. He's got a man. What a pass. Mike Gesicki for the 1st down. Mike Gesicki ones. That's right, Rick. You got it. That's a 1st down. Joe Burrow completes a pass to Mike Gesicki for another Cincinnati Bengals. 1st down. Put them in there. Put the ones in there. Boom. Spam it, baby. All day. 9 to 88. 1st and 10. From the 18-yard line. Joe Burrow rolling out to his right. He's got all day. Now he's coming up. He's going to try for the end zone, and they yank him down. That's in the red end zone, baby. They pulled down Yoshi. They didn't have to. That ball was overthrown, or Yoshi wouldn't have got there. Did not need to happen. I mean, he just got smoked by Yoshi, and he was just trying to make something happen. So we're going to get it at the 1. Chase Brown again. Chase Brown again. Again. We're getting at the 30 again. DPI in the end zone on Yoshi. Chase Brown again. Drew Sample, I mean, just gets smoked. All right, we're going to have to throw the ball. I mean, just can't. My God. Cam Hayward, I mean, just smoked that play. We pulled Cody Ford, who's playing left guard today. I mean, not there at all. Yeah, Brown tried to cut him down, and Cam Hayward's just too quick off the ball. All right, so we're going to have to go from the 4. We're going to have to throw the ball. Come on, we got to get in there. And we're going to take a timeout. That's not a good timeout, guys. That's a great timeout. Here's what I'll say. So I've said this before, I don't think on air. But everyone wants to talk about Zach Taylor, and the big conversation before the season was that he's a terrible play caller. Maybe so. I think there was a graphic, I don't know what it's based on, that showed that he's the best play caller in the league. I think we all know that that's wrong. But, you know, he's our offensive play caller, and we're scoring more points than ever. And so I want to give him credit, right? He's an offensive coach. He's an offensive play caller and that. But the fact that we're always calling timeouts because we're not getting the play in quick enough shows me indecision from the offensive coordinator. Shows me that he's sitting there with the headset like, I don't know. And we can't have that. We can't have that anymore. All right. 2nd and goal. In between the 4 and the 5. Closer to the 5 than the 4. 3 wide. Joe dropping back. Scans the field. He's going to have to step up in the pocket. He's going to jump up, and he's got him. That's T. Higgins, babe. That's Uno. Jamar Chase. 9 to Uno. What a blessing. What a blessing we have here in Cincinnati. Season's tidings to Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Oh, baby. What a play. We're watching the replay again. It collapses all around him. He finds just barely a seam, and then he jumps up and sees Jamar Chase wide open for the touchdown. This is updated. We got to see the PAT on air. Now we got to see it. Whoo! Let's go. TDs. All right, who's ready? Hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry, here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run, pass, or boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town, ain't gonna never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. 21-14. Jamar Chase on the score. Giving some updated stats through the game. All right, so we got 10 minutes to play in the half. 10 minutes to play in the half. The Bengals have 10 first downs to the Steelers' 9. The Bengals have 150 total yards. The Steelers have 170. We have rushed for 72 yards. They've rushed for 24. Russell Wilson's 12 for 15, 2 touchdowns, a pick. Joe's 9 for 11, 73 yards, and a touchdown. Jamar Chase, 24 yards. Gesicki, 24 yards. Higgins, 13. Chase Brown has done a big workload, 50. We've run the ball very well thus far. Woo! Need other teams to fall. Guys, we need other teams to fall, but we are in a dogfight. We are in a dogfight. We got Bean City, because Heinz is known for one thing, and it's beans, baked beans, nothing else. Versus Cincinnati. The history of them. Listen, both those cities are known historically for, one's known for steel, Andrew Carnegie in Pittsburgh, that's why they're called the Steelers. And Cincinnati's known for our pork industry. Where would this world be without pork, right? I mean, like steel, take it or leave it, but pork is more important to this society. I can't believe I'm even stressed over this game. This season's on life support. It's much worse than life support, baby. How many did they say Jamar Chase has? 13? All right, let's get a stop. One time here? One time? One time for the one time. Come on. So 9:38 to play. Oh, my God. So 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line. Steelers take over. Russell Wilson steps up in the pocket, and it's a big gain. They're across midfield already. I mean, our defense doesn't give us a second to breathe, do they? I mean, just not a second. Track meet, not a dog fight. No, it's a dog fight, Sean. 2 dogs. A little Bashan Frasse in the Pittsburgh Steelers and an English Mastiff from the Cincinnati Bengals. And there's going to be a flag after the play. How's that not taunting? So there's going to be a face mask called on the defense. How is that not taunting if you step in front of the ref and point down at the flag? How is that not taunting? I'm begging here. I'm begging. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. 2 plays into this drive, guys. 2 plays into this drive. They're already at R25. And there's the dump off once again that's been killing us all game. This time it's a gain of 5 yards. At least they didn't get 15. Hey, small improvements from this Cincinnati Bengals defense. Small improvements. Got to ask if I wear a heart monitor during these games. I should. I don't have an Apple Watch or anything like that. Second and 4. False start. Trey saw it. I seen it. Short check down again. Yeah, it's killing us. It's absolutely killing us. Why are so many Steelers players jerks? Because they're terrible people. It's a terrible franchise. It's like asking, why were the Nazis jerks? It's part of their code. It's part of their tradition. They are the Axis powers. They are from down below. 2nd and 9. It's time from the 25-yard line. 8 minutes to play in the half. It's a handoff, and it's going to be Harris, who's back in the game, obviously. He's ready to rock. It's going to be a gain of what looks like 5 yards, so it's going to be 3rd and 4. So there'll be a flag thrown 10 yards away from the play. Refs have to know these games get chippy, right? Just the history of these two teams. It gets so chippy, man. Mike, what are we doing? Unnecessary roughness called on Mike Hilton. So they're going to be, what, 1st and goal to gain? You can't get goated. So that's the thing, is you can't get goated. That's soft. That's soft. They showed it. He was getting blocked, and he tore him off. That's soft. So 1st and goal right from the 10. Can we hold him to 3? Can we hold him to 3? And it's going to be a pitch to Najee Harris. And, I mean, how many plays was that? How many freaking plays was that? I can't keep doing this, guys. 6 plays. 6 plays. Like a minute of game time. We scored with 9 minutes and 52 seconds. They took a minute and 40 off the game clock. I can't keep doing this. It's 21-21 with 7 minutes to go in the half. And we have no answers for their offense. Not a single answer. They're getting whatever they want. And we are moving the ball too, but it seems a lot harder. Other than the big run plays that we've had, every pass play is Joe pulling a rabbit out of his you-know-where. Meanwhile, Russell Wilson's just dumping it down for 20 yards. I don't know how it got this bad. And you know what? You can say whatever you want. It's 21-21. There's a lot more game to do. We can say whatever you want about this defense, right? DJ Reader had 2 sacks on Thursday night and looked great. He hadn't been great this year, but he on primetime looked fantastic. And Jesse Bates, obviously one of the best safeties in the league. Do we think if we had Jesse Bates and DJ Reader on this team, that this team is anywhere near a top 15 defense? Are they better? Sure. Sure. Anywhere near competent? No. Not at all. In 2019, when we were so bad that we got the first seed, that's how bad our defense is. It's similar to that. And if you recall what we did in 2020, our draft pick went Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, the rest of the draft defensive players. The rest of the draft defensive players. There's like 4 straight linebackers. If that's what it takes, because, I mean, that's what we've done actually the last few years. Drafted a crap ton of defense. I don't know how it gets better. That's the worst problem. If you're going to the doctor because something's wrong and the doctor's like, we don't know what's wrong, that's the worst thing you can hear. You'd rather have a solution to the problem. But there is no solution. It's embarrassing. Golly. And this is the worst it's looked all year, by the way. This is the worst it's looked. And I know we're without our best linebacker, Logan Wilson, and he's been good this year. He's been fine. But I just don't know how it's gotten this bad. And like I said, I mean, we can lament Jesse Bates being gone and DJ Reader fine. Eli Apple, whatever you guys want to talk about, it's fine. If you think Jesse Bates and DJ Reader are turning around this trash, I want a fifth of whatever you're drinking. I'm broken. I'm more broken than this damn defense. I don't even know if I'm allowed to cuss on these things. Golly. Defense ranked 31st in the league. Yeah, everyone wants to know. Everyone wants to know how this team is where it's at. It's pretty freaking clear why we're at. We get a great drive. All right, lock back in. All right, you see this key? Locked. I'm locked. I'm done pouting. And if you don't know, I can pout with the best of them. Goodness. New scouting department immediately. For that to happen, we need a scouting department. We don't have one. That's the point. Everything I want so badly, and we're getting there, but everything that people say about us is absolutely right. We are cheap. Golly. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown, and once again, he looks great. It's a gain of 6 yards. He's having a great game. Russ looking like the NFL MVP. Russ looks like the greatest quarterback of all time against this defense. 2nd and 6. 7 minutes to play in the half. Reloaded scouting department. I don't think you guys get it. We need a scouting department. We don't have a scouting department. We don't have one. How do you run a National Football League franchise without people that scout other than your coaches? 2nd and 6. From the 42-yard line. Joe Burrow trying downfield. He gets hammered as he makes the catch, but he makes the catch. What a great play there by Andre Yoshivas. Good pass, too, man. He got killed. Joe led the man into a firing squad. Cody Ford in at left guard. He's been in at he started the game. 1st and 10. Joe. Sneak underneath. He's still up. Did he get touched? Tanner Hudson. I hate when Tanner Hudson's on my field, by the way. Oh, my God. What a catch, Yoshi. Yoshi got rocked. I don't know what it is, T-Brookie. I don't know what it is. It's probably a combination of everything. 2nd and 4. Pistol formation. Hand the ball off to Brown. He gets to the first down line and beyond it, and we're going to have another first down.
Joe Burrow hands the ball off to Chase Brown for another Cincinnati Bengals.
First down. One's in the chat. That's right, ones. Put them in there, baby. So 1st and 10. We talk about 40 points needing to win games. I don't know what's going to take to win this game. I really don't. I can tell you field goals aren't the answer. We might have to go out there and kick one here soon. Joe dropping back, going out to his right. He loses the ball. It's on the ground. We fumble it. It's gone. It's Steelers ball. TJ Watt comes from behind Joe Burrow and strips him. Yeah, it came up from behind him. That's the I don't know what you call it. That's the danger of Joe having to do what he has to do, constantly step up in the pocket because it's collapsing around him. Because other teams get a pass rush, we don't. Is eventually something's gonna happen like that. TJ Watt's probably the best defensive player in the year, one of them, certainly, top 5. And Joe Burrow. Stripped. Let's be Vegas. Let's be Vegas here for a second. And let's give an over-under on how many plays it's going to take the Pittsburgh Steelers to get in field goal range. That's what I'll put it at, field goal range. I'll put it at 4.5. Will they get in field goal range in 4.5 plays or less? 4 plays or less. Golly, dude. And I said before the game, I said, is it too much to ask for something simple like, I don't know, just a normal football game, a game that, like, there's 2 turnovers. Well, there's now 2 turnovers. And the final score is 24-17 or 24-27, something along those lines. Instead, we got this shit every single game. Let's pull it up. Bengals have played 11 games this year. Have they played a single normal game? I'll say the Patriots game was normal. I know they lost. Okay, the Browns game. We beat the Browns 21-14. It was just a low-scoring game. Whatever. Every game, man. Panthers game wasn't anything crazy. Burrow had no clue who's being pursued. You're right. Had no idea. It's hard to have eyes in the back of your head. Mr. Too Real. I'm going to ban you from your chat if you don't get the right form of 2 in your freaking title. Fool. This is miserable. If you guys want to see what a live... Yeah, a game where you score, that's a good point, Sean Connor. You scored 21 points in the first 18 minutes or whatever it is. You absolutely should be up double digits. The under hit, guys, on how long would it take the Bengals defense, the Steelers' freaking offense to get in field goal range. It took 1 play. We just dump it out into Jalen Warren in the flats on the first play of the drive. And Jermaine Pratt doesn't pull him down after a gain of 15. So here they are, 32-yard line. 200 passing yards in the first quarter and a half. Russ dropping back, double-teaming Trey Hendrickson because that's all it takes, and they'll run it up. That's a fumble. He underthrew it. He threw it under his underarm. He underhand threw it. I guess it's forward. I guess it doesn't matter what arm slot you throw it from. We in trouble. Yeah, Ron. Yeah, they get the ball at half, too. So they can get a 2-for-1. Second and 10, 3:46. They're from the 32-yard line. Russell Wilson rolling out to his right. Incomplete pass. It's 3rd and 10. When was the last time they had 3rd down? Serious question. When was the last time the Steelers had 3rd down? It's a drop pass. All right. So drop back. They're looking for Freiermuth. 3rd and 10, incomplete. So it's 4th and 10. Here comes Boswell out to kick. Give the Steelers a lead. It's going to be, what, a 50-yarder? 30 for 31 against Cincinnati. It's a 50-yard field goal. It's cold. I mean, we held them, I guess. I guess that's a win off a turnover. Hold him to 3. That's where we're at. And he makes it. It's good. 24-21. That's where we're at, guys, by the way, is that when we turn the ball over, maybe good teams think this way too, but like we turn the ball over, in the best case scenario is that they only get 3. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, so how much time we got? We got 3:31. 3:31. Guys, I mean, Bengals fans in here. We were 3-point favorites. Our defense looks probably the worst that it's looked all season long. Our offense looks pretty good. I mean, we've had 4 drives. We scored 2 touchdowns. We had a 3-and-out, and we fumbled when it looked like we were already in field goal range again. So on a scale of 1 to 10, give me your I guess, vibe, your confidence. Confidence is the word I'm looking for. I mean, this defense has frazzled my brain. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is your confidence that the Bengals will win this game? Down 3 points with the ball, 4 minutes to go in the second quarter, in the first half. Because I'm at about a 4, which is probably immensely higher than it should be. I'm thinking 30%. Jeremy Hoop said 1. -10 says Billy Fell. 3. I'm at a 4. Reed, these seats are pretty good. Thank you, Michael. Michael Ackley is a fabulous friend. He's a fabulous fan of Chatterbox and an employee because he's done some stuff with us high school-wise. He offered me seats to the game today, and I respectfully had to turn them down because I had to do this. So, Michael, I hope you're enjoying the game. Bring us home for us. I think I'm going to make it out to one more game this year, Browns game. I thought about going to Dallas a few times, but most points scored in the first half, series history. Oh, America's favorite new show, Matlock, has a new episode this Thursday. Be sure to tune in. Matlock, America's #1 show. 3:31. Let's go score a touchdown. Let's just do it. Let's just do the dang thing. Joe Burrow dropping back, fakes the handoff. We're taking off at the 30-yard line, gets it off to Jamar Chase. It's going to be a gain of 5-6 yards where he shakes and bakes and is brought down. So it's a gain of 6, 2nd and 4. There's our 4 drives. 75-yard touchdown, 70-yard touchdown, 23 yards. We were looking like we were going to score. We fumbled the ball. It's a 3-and-out. T. Higgins has been quiet this game. 2nd and 4. Chase Brown, he's going to be short of the first down, and that scares the ever-living crap out of me. I'd rather watch Mouse Lock. 3rd and short. The secondary is atrocious. Need 2 new safeties for sure in the offseason. Well, the problem is we got 2 new safeties this past year. And we got 2 safeties last year. 3rd and 1. Steelers going to call a timeout. Guys, this 3rd and 1 is terrifying to me because we've been running the ball so well, but I think when we're clearly going to run the ball, it doesn't work. I mean, we've done 10 carries for 83 yards. One of those is a scramble by Joe Burrow. But, yeah, I mean, I just don't have confidence in running the ball, but it feels like it's what we should do. Third and one. Joe dropping back, rolling out to his right. And we throw the ball, and we have nothing. Go for it. I mean, if we were going to go for it, you had to run the ball there. But just nothing was there whatsoever. And here we go, 4th and 1. Let's go. Yeah, what's it matter? They're going to score on us anyways. 7 seconds. We're going to call timeout, aren't we? They moved. Fools. Oh, it's the Cincinnati. Who moved? We were going to do the Tanner Hudson snap again. Dude, that's not a false start, right? That's not a false start. That's a neutral zone infraction. He was across the line. Yeah, they all just watched it. You hear the freaking stadium going nuts. He was across the line. In the worst, so outside the point that we got to score 40 points every time we play, there is a magnifying glass on what our offense has to do every time because they have to. They literally have to score to keep pace. Golly. It's a bad call. So, yeah, like when we look at this game in retrospect, when we eventually freaking lose, we're going to be like, what happened on this drive? Why didn't they score there? Yeah, they suck. That was a bad call. I mean, that point blank is a bad call, but we need to stop here, guys. I mean, we just got to get the ball back somehow. Got to get the ball back. I don't know if we need to score, but we just got to get the ball back. We can't let them 2-for-1 us. Because they 2-for-1 us. Because they have 2 minutes, 3 timeouts. If they 2-for-1 us, the game's over. We're already down 3 points. They put up 14 to score a touchdown here and then coming out of the break, the game's over. We're down 17 before we get the ball back. Down 17. I mean, we had a whole week to prepare for this game, too. Thanks, Mr. Too Real. Appreciate it. They spotted you a 7-point lead. I guess, yeah. You're right. I mean, we got 7 points right off the rip. No doubt about it. What time? They got 1:56. 2-minute warning, so we got 2 timeouts. So, I mean, we really can't. I mean, unless we get a sack or something like that on first down, we're just trying to get into half. He did false start, too. Yeah, why move? Why move? And, I mean, it's so funny that we run this play with Tanner Hudson last week. It was last week. Yeah, Chargers game. Where we do this sneak with our D2 quarterback. That's Tanner. He was a Division II quarterback, and now he plays tight end in the NFL. And we all praise him for that play. And the next chance we get, we run it. Why not do it on 3rd and 1? And they're going to pass. First play is going to be to Freiermuth, a gain of 6 to 7. Ugly game in Jacksonville. Oh, my goodness, 6-3 between the Texans and the Jaguars. What happened to the Texans? Golly. Can't we challenge bad calls? No, Jade. 2nd and 2. 1:35. Clock is ticking. It's a handoff right up the gut. We meet them beyond the first down marker into the 30, and it's going to be a first down for Jalen Warren. Gain of about 6 yards. 80 seconds left to play. Pittsburgh has 2 timeouts. We have 2 timeouts. Once again, we're not looking to get the ball back and scoring. We're just trying to get this into half at 24-21. Russell Wilson dropping back. No pressure once again. Gets it out to Freiermuth once again. Under a minute, 2nd and 2. They're out to the 38, 39-yard line. Russell alone in the backfield. Rolling out to his right, looking downfield, has a man open around field goal range, and they got a complete pass once again to Pat Freiermuth. Clock will move, right? They kill it. I don't know why Jermaine Pratt's out there. Now they're doing work on the walls here. They're 2 yards outside of field goal range, but they're going to get that. 46, Russell Wilson, pass, and gets smoked by Cam Taylor-Britt. Absolutely smoked. What a hit by Cam Taylor-Britt. I mean, smoked him. He's the only defensive player that's come to play today. I mean, they're putting 2 guys on Trey Hendrickson. I can never fault Trey Hendrickson. But what a hit by Cam. Came to play today, dude. Came to play. Second and 4 here. 38 seconds to play in the half. Where is Jacob? Anyone know? Cash. Jacob is at the game. Reed Mouse filling in today. Thank you for joining here today. Give it my all, and I mean, this game has already murdered me. We're in the first half. Russ feels a little pressure, eventually dumps it down. They have to call their second timeout, or are they going to run a play? They're out to the 29. 1st and 10, 22 seconds to play. Looks like they're going to run a play, not just clock it. Russ, once again, just dumping it downfield. That play has been there. I mean, they've had 270 yards in this first half. I bet you 200 of them are on that play right there, just dumping it down to the running back. 3 seconds. So we held them to 3. I mean, we're pretty, honestly, we're pretty freaking lucky that they didn't score a touchdown. We're pretty freaking lucky. And here comes the field goal attempt from Boswell, who in 32 tries has missed one in his career against the Cincinnati Bengals. It's a 34-yarder chip shot, PAT, and it's right through the uprights. 27-21 is our halftime score. So before we go to half, and I will take a break, let's do some stats real quick because it's 27-21. Since the Pittsburgh Steelers lead the Cincinnati Bengals 18 first downs to 12. They lead them in points, obviously, 27-21. They lead them in total yards, 310 yards in that first half from the Pittsburgh Steelers. 257 passing yards from Russell Wilson. He is on pace to have the second greatest passing day in NFL history. 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. It was a pick six. Joe has thrown 12 for 1,500 yards, a touchdown. Chase Brown, 8 carries, 61 yards. Najee Harris, 5 yards, 31 carries. If you're wondering who the leading receivers are for the Steelers, it is Najee Harris and Jalen Warren, 51 and 49 yards respectfully. Cordell Patterson is 37 yards. So their 3 running backs are combining for 140 yards. Pat Freiermuth with 5. I mean, we've held George Pickens to 238. I mean, one was a touchdown, 21-yard touchdown. I'm going to do one more stat before I take a breather and collect my thoughts. And the only stat I want to pull up is the Pittsburgh Steelers have scored 27 points in the first half. When the Bengals played the Chargers 2 weeks ago, they gave up 24 points in the first half. This season, there's only 3 teams in the NFL that give up on average over 27 points a game. We gave them up in the first half. We gave up 24 against the Chargers last week, and there's only 7 teams that on average give up more than 24 points a game. It's a joke. But we're still in it. I mean, somehow, by the grace of God, we're still in it thanks to a pick six and Joe Burrow being great. But it's halftime. I'm going to take a breather, guys. I'll be back. I don't know why this isn't being updated here. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Give me a second. I'm here. Hang on. And we've lost this. Whatever this ESPN thing was. Oh man. All right, let's this is where I'm at, guys. This is where I'm at. I don't even know what to say. I genuinely don't even know what to say. This halftime it's whatever. It's whatever. Thank you guys for being here. We've had over 1,400 people already tuned in. 40 people currently. Give us a like. We got to come on out there and we got to get ready. So I brought this stat up. The Bengals gave it 27 points to the Steelers. Russell Wilson hasn't thrown for 300 yards in a game since last year. I saw that stat. Shout out Greg Sandlin. He's going to be joining me in the second half. And he had 257 yards. I don't know how we stop the dumping it down to the running back every play for 10 yards, but I thought it was because we were blitzing too much. but I'm just not sure. So, mentioned this earlier. 310 yards to 181 first half. Steelers will start with the ball. Both had one turnover. Time of possession's about the same. Some scores around the league, if that's what you guys want. The Chargers are currently losing to the Falcons in the third. Cardinals are beating the Vikings. Colts are barely edging the Patriots. Jets are in a high-scoring game in New York. They're beating Seattle 21-16. Commanders are absolutely throttling Brian Callahan. And the Tennessee Texans are losing winning 6-3 in Jacksonville. Do they still have that division wrapped up? Colts are 5-7. I mean, I guess it's not wrapped up, but they're still quite in the lead. But it's been a crazy week so far. I mean, the Chiefs held on by the hair on their chinny chin chin. Lions held on by the hair of their chinny chin chin. They're probably the two best teams in the league against pretty bad teams. I don't know. I don't know where you guys are at. I said before we got the ball, give me a scale of 1 to 10 what the confidence level is that we're going to win this game. 10 being we're going to win this game. 5 being it's a coin flip. 1 being there's no chance in hell in which we win this game. I was at a 4. I've calmed down, and I think I'm at a 2. A 3. I'm at a 3. To where, like, we're clearly not supposed to win this game. But what's the win percentage at right now? Has them at a 66, so 1/3 chance. Let's pull this out. I gotta figure this, cropping this bad boy out. You guys are watching how the sausage is made here. All right, here we go. It needs to be cropped just a little bit. Doing this live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. To play us out? What does that mean to play us out? All right, I've calmed down. I'm here. I'm ready to give you guys 30 minutes of everything I've got. 30 minutes of everything I've got. I haven't changed the J bar down at the bottom. Everything I've got. I went to my car and I had one of these in my car. Need it. I'm gonna keep it right here. Golly day. Hopefully you guys all had a good Thanksgiving. That's all. I mean, we'll keep it as popular as we can. Hopefully you guys had a good Thanksgiving. 30 minutes. 30 minutes for the rest of our lives. New career high for Wilson in the first half. 72-42 Steelers. Yeah, we're on pace for, I mean, this looks like a Big Ten basketball game score right now. What if we get a stop, though? Well, hear me out. Hear me out. What if we get a stop? What if we get one stop? I know I hate the Steelers, but I actually kind of like Mike Tomlin. I can't explain to you why. I'm at 100, Reed. I believe in miracles. I think I do too. Did Lou not do anything during the bye? He doesn't need a week and a half to prepare. He just needs 10 minutes between the first and second half. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Zero pressure. Yeah, the only dude that gets back there is Trey Hendrickson. You put 2 guys on him, you pretty much stop our defense. And here's a pass. And there's going to be a flag thrown where it was caught. And it was caught out to the 47-yard line. So it's going to be a gain of 18. And it's probably DPI or defensive holding. Yep, defensive holding. Declined, and they're already at midfield. Let's keep playing that game. How many plays will it take the Steelers to get in field goal range for Chris Boswell? Not to score, just how many times will it take them to run a play and get in field goal range? They set the record last time I asked that question. I put it at 4.5. It took them 1. I'll put it at 4.5 once again. 3 plays to get in field goal range. Najee Harris, handoff. It's going to be a pitch play. It's going to give you a gain of 3. They're right at midfield. First half possessions by the Steelers. We're talking 3 touchdowns, 2 field goals, and 1 pick six. Nick Johnson says, well, I see Hubbard and Stones. I guess we aren't trying anything differently. I mean, I guess you're right. 2nd and 8. Trying the moon ball. First time we've seen the moon ball this game, and it's caught by George Pickens out to the 10-yard line. That Russell Wilson moon ball, if he plays many years for the Steelers, will be my most hated thing I've ever seen. I don't understand it. That's all he does. He just throws a deep ball, just throws it up, and it's perfect every time. Worst defense in history? This could be the worst defense in NFL history. Like, think about if we didn't score a lot of points and held on to the ball. Like, if we had a shitty defense or shitty offense. So, late flag, and they're discussing it right now. What is your first NFL jersey ever? Rudy Johnson, 32. So they're going to call it on unsportsmanlike conduct from George Pickens again. So without a pick six and George Pickens being a fool. See, the thing about George Pickens is, so it's going to be 1st and 10, 15-yard penalty, pushing him back. The thing about George Pickens is what he lacks in his ability to control his behavior on the field. He makes up for good morals. Every time that people talk about George Pickens, they talk about how stand-up of a guy he is, how hard of a worker he is. Very humble. What a great guy George Pickens is. DMT isn't cool. Might be cool. First and 10 here from the 28-yard line. Thanks, George Pickens, for the 15 yards. Our defense needs it, I guess. And they swallow up a play. Uh-oh. Someone learned how to play defense. Oh, baby. I'm golly, dude. All right, it's a loss of 3. Can we hold them to 3 again? Russell Wilson dropping back, escapes the pocket, going to his right. He's going to run it himself. He goes out of bounds after a gain of 6 yards, so it's going to be 3rd and 7. Five-yard gain, so it's going to be 3rd and 8. Hold him to 3. Hold him to 3. $12:20 in the 3rd. Russ alone in the backfield. Ball out on the right hash mark. He's going to move Jaylen Warren in the backfield to his left. Miscommunication on the line defensively. And they call a timeout. Steelers call their first timeout. We have no rush. Yeah, we have one dude that gets to the quarterback, and you can put 3 dudes on him, and it doesn't change anything. Like, we talk about Sam Hubbard, but, like, none of it works. We have 2 good defensive players. 2 now. Like, Trey's elite, and then Logan's good. Logan Wilson's good. Mike Hilton makes good plays. And he's had a tough year, but Cam Taylor-Britt still comes up with some big plays. Third and 8. Russ alone. They take a look, and they'll move things around. Man to his left. Putting a man in motion, ball near the right hash mark. Takes the snap. Coming off the hedge is Trey Hendrickson, and he got him flipped up, but we're going to hold him to 3. Golly, that was the first time we put any pressure on Russell Wilson. Did we flip Trey? Is that all it took? Did we just flip Trey to the other side? We flipped Trey to the other side of the field. Hey, you. At the field goal line. Miss it, miss it. Miss it, miss it. Hey, you. At the field goal line. Miss it, miss it. It's blocked. We got it. We need it. We needed it. Yeah, Lou, get fired up. Hell yeah. We did it. Let's go score. Let's go take the lead. It's a hold, too. What a block. Who got their hands on that? Is that Pratt? Hell yes. Let's go score. I think this is the rally, guys. This is the rally. I got this out of my car. There's 2 left. This one. Let's go. Rally Bush. Let's go. Blackmore says he believes in miracles. Needed it. Joseph Osai. Osai. Attaboy Joseph. Let's go score. That's where we take over. Rally Bush. All right, I got to get this out of screen. But, hey, one more. We'll save that for good stuff. When good things happen. We'll stick to my waters. All right, let's go score. Yeah, we need a touchdown. We need a lot of touchdowns because we're going to give up points. Did that pass to George Pickens Russell Wilson's at 314 yards. All right, so we'll take over at the 32-yard line. Let's go score one time. 12 minutes to play. 2 kicks in Cincinnati in his career. That's right, Michael Singalman. All right, guys. We got to go score. We had 4 drives in the first half. We only had 4 drives in the first half. 2 touchdowns, 2 punts. I guess we had 5 drives and then a fumble. But we were moving the ball well. Can we continue to move the ball well? No, I mean, any momentum that we have to capitalize it on right here. We do a 3-and-out, and we just deflated this game. I'm serious. We deflate this game if we don't at least put some points on the board. We cannot do 3-and-out. Hand the ball off, get it started. Once again, it's a good carry, gain of 3. Right up the rip. Everyone, we got 70 in here. I need to have 100 likes before the end of the game. 100 likes. Let's see a bomb Burrow to Chase TD. That'd be sweet. Extend Lou after that drive. After that drive, Blackmore, I'm on board. 2nd and 7. We cannot go 3-and-out, guys. We got to keep the momentum going. 11 minutes in the third. Burrow alone in the backfield, 5 wide. They're putting a lot on the line. The Steelers are. Looks like they're putting 6 guys down. We don't know who's coming. They send 5. Burrow steps up in the pocket. He's got to hold on to the ball. He's going to get a gain of 2 yards brought down by Cam Hayward. No sack. .16 to play here in the third. Drew Sample's in the backfield along with Joe. Looks like Tanner Hudson is too. Maybe Mike Gesicki. We're bunching it. No one's really out wide. 3rd and 6. It's pretty quick. We get it out to Hudson. Can he get there? Let's go! Let's go! That's a great play. I mean, murdered my boy. Can we protect Joe Burrow for life, please? I mean, as he's falling down, getting ripped down to the ground, just dumps it out to our D2 quarterback of a tight end, Tanner Hudson. That's a great play. I don't think you guys realize. I know we have Jamar Chase, and he makes great plays. He's truly fantastic. T. Higgins is great too. But Joe makes the improv. He's amazing. He's great. 1st and 10. Handoff. Chase Brown escapes 1 tackle and then is pushed out 2 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. Second and 8. We got a 1st down. Let's get points, guys. Let's get points. It's looking hard. They're putting a lot of pressure on us. And Joe gets, just killed. They're getting so much pressure on us. Cam Hayward, sack. It's going to be a loss of 10. Cody Kia. Oh, my God. Cody Pontiac. Cody Saturn. Just bullied by Cam Hayward. Why can't we get open? It's just... Larry Ogunjobi, too. Cam Hayward. 16 yards. Got to get all the way to the other side. 48. And here comes a false start. 3rd and 21. Orlando Brown. So we're going to punt the ball because we're just going to dump it down to somebody for a gain of 8 yards or something like that, then punt it off. We got to get to the opposite field, 46. At the 32-yard line. Joe alone in the backfield. We're at 32. We got to get to the 46 other side of the field. Joe has time. T. Higgins for a first down. T. Higgins for a first down. T. No trickery either there. Just right up the seam. That a boy. Let's go. Joe Burrow to T. Higgins
For another Cincinnati Bengals
first down. 3rd and 21. That's huge, folks. Huge. Chase Brown. The running game's gone, guys. Running game's gone. We had some big plays, but they're swallowing everything up. Their defense looks ready to play here. I'm going to be honest with you. Thanks, White Wolf. There's a bigger evil today, and it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. 2nd and 9. Joe is going to have to step up. He's got an open Gesicki out to the 15-yard line. Joe Burrow complete the pass to Mike Gesicki for another Cincinnati Bengals first down. The more I do that, the more I try to sound like a 1940s like radio news guy, like, yeah. In that like mid-Atlantic accent that I'm pretty sure never even existed. It was just for TV. Great play, Joe. Their D-line is so much better than ours. That, Nate, I love you to death, is the most obvious statement that I've ever seen. 1st and 10 from the 15. T. Higgins, and it's a drop. It would have been a gain of 5+. I mean, T. Higgins just dropped that ball. This is what good teams do, though. They don't, and we're not a good team, but they don't let those plays affect everything. You don't give them a reason to go at the end of the game say, hey, what happened? We would have scored a touchdown if T. Higgins just catches the ball and it's 2nd and 4. We don't do that. Got to go score. Got to go score. Joe. This one's to Gesicki. So we get a 3-yard gain. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Bengals are using every ounce of every play clock they get because they know they got to shorten the game. They got to shorten the game. Joe on 3rd and 6 has time, but he's eventually swallowed up. So we're going to see Evan McPherson come out. Sacked. I mean, just nothing there, and he had nowhere to step up. It's insane that every time, it seems like every play he's getting pressured, but sometimes there's a seam to slip through. There's nothing there. Nothing there. They did a really good job at taking all lanes up. No one was open. Burrow held on for too long. There was no one open, sir. I want him to hold on to the ball. There was nowhere to go, though. I mean, what did we make it? From a 35-yarder to a 30, like it's still a 38-yard field goal. We lost 9 yards there. And, oh, my God. It's through. What is going on with that dude? It's in there. Houday from C-Bus. Houday, Sage. All right. Got points. We're down 3. We turned their missed field goal into field goal, so we're down 3. Can we get a stop? Can we get a 3 and out? Can we get something? Can we get something? I mean, that was a 39-yarder. If that field goal would have been kicked any further, so like obviously Evan McPherson hasn't made anything this year. If that's a 43-yard field goal, that's a miss. If that's a 50-yarder, that's a big miss. I mean, he kicks it differently, but I'm cool with him trying to make a play. I'm just saying it's solid protection. I guess you're right. I don't when we're that close to the red zone, and I know we've had kicking problems this year, I don't mind him letting a play go all the way to the end. I mean, you can't lose 19 yards, but I'm okay with that. Burrow needs to roll out. He doesn't roll out a whole lot. That's a good point, Neil. Whenever he escapes the pocket, he steps up into the pocket. Which eventually when that's your only game, that's much easier to stop than a rollout. Draft Ashawn Genty. That'll actually solve the defense, Neil. I mean, like what running game? Like what's Ashawn Genty gonna solve? I'm with you there. All right, need likes. Down 3. 4 minutes to play. 4 minutes to play here. Still drifting to the left. Yeah, kicks are going to the left. Draft kid from. Let's see if the D can contain the run when needed now. I'm not worried about them containing the run because that hasn't really killed us. No? They've ran for 31 yards. What's killed us is just the drop back, dump it down to the running backs. So that goes into the end zone. Goes out, touchback. So he'll take over at the 30. I will not tolerate kicker hate. Blocking Hendrickson. Yeah, Sean, you're right. I mean, they might start trying to run the ball to shorten the game. I mean, we got a missed field goal and we got a pick 6. And still our defense is so clearly terrible. No Logan Wilson certainly hurt today. So 1st and 10. 4 minutes to play in the third. They're taking over at the 30-yard line. Man in motion. We're sending the house. They're running the ball. Najee Harris is met at the line of scrimmage. He will be gang tackled, fall forward for a gain of 2.5, maybe 3 yards. Davis Gaither with the tackle. Anybody, Nate. Literally anybody. It doesn't have to be Sheldon Rankins. It doesn't have to be Sam Hubbard, Joseph Asai, BJ. I don't know. It just has to be someone. Rankins is out, right? And here comes a flag, and it's going to be called on the Bengals, it looks like. Yep. We're trying to make a change, so it's a legal change. We get a good stop. We hold him in front of. So this is like Evan Washburn was talking to Zach at halftime, and he said, if you're watching this game, he's like, we need to stay above the chains. Every first down is 8, 10 yards, 9 yards, and it's hard to work. McKinley Jackson and BJ Hill going out there. 2nd and 2. And we do that finally. We get 2nd and 7, which is okay. Pitch play to Harris. Cuts it back upfield, and he's got room to run. He's out to the midfield, continuing to run, eventually brought down by Mike Hilton. It's going to be a gain of 15, 20 yards. They've been running that all game, and we've done a pretty good job at swallowing up that pitch play. It's clearly something they want to do is move the line, then cut back. It's 48-yard line. Russ. He will slide, fakes the toss, slides back to the line of scrimmage. This game is getting chippy. Man, Trey's getting in on it. I don't mind chippiness, just don't get a freaking flag called on you. What a sack. And there's a pass, quick slant route that's going to be for 15, 20 yards. Don't even know who that white boy is. Whoever that guy is. Number 15 from the Steelers. Second catch of the season on our defense. So they're in field goal range once again out to the 30. Doing a quick sub here. Miles Murphy almost called for the neutral zone infraction. Najee Harris gets a gain of 5. I mean, this game is just wearing it out on me. Yeah, they're in field goal range, Jade. Second and 5. Likely the final play of the quarter. And Trey got a hand on Russell. He gets rid of it, and that's going to be a touchdown. Pittsburgh Steelers. Connects to Pat Freiermuth. Down 3. We're going to be down 2 scores. I hear a flag. They finally get, I mean, Russ Wilson is making plays. I'll give them credit for that. Yeah, Sean, this is nearly unwatchable. This defense, I mean, even when we get a hand on the quarterback, he just makes a play. He just makes a play every freaking time. Oh, my God. If this was a gang fight, which none of our Bengals players or anyone in this chat knows anything about, we would be dead. If this was a boxing match, I wouldn't have to be doing this. Because after our jaw gets sewn up from getting hit in the face 55 freaking times, and you're bruised and bloodied all over, internal bleeding from the stomach because you've been hit in the gut 55 freaking times, I could just meet you in the hospital. And we can talk, have a nice, long chat about how the Pittsburgh Steelers utterly destroyed us. Where's the mitigation? This is an unmitigated disaster. Where's pride? No pride. There's no pride. This is like a zoo without lions. No pride. That was such a dumb joke. I mean, I don't know what to do here. I don't know. We've got a pick 6. We've gotten a blocked field goal, and our offense has been good. I mean, what's our offense averaging per play? Our offense is averaging 7 yards per play, which is pretty good. And it's not even close. It's literally not even close. Soft. They're all that's true. Listen, in this division, you can't be in this. That is the one thing I've said. That why do the Cincinnati Bengals? I've said this before. Why do the Cincinnati Bengals have to be what other teams in the division are? Obviously, the Browns are a hard-nosed team. Obviously, the Ravens are a hard-nosed team. Obviously, the Steelers are a hard-nosed team. And I get football's hard-nosed, but there's also teams that win other ways. You can win finesse, and that's what the Bengals have been when they went to the Super Bowl. We were a finesse team, right? Let's throw the ball 50 times a game, 45 times a game. It worked for us. We don't have to try and be what everyone else is, and that's a pretty decent return out to the 33-yard line, so we get an extra 3 yards. But, you see what happens when your team can't fit the bill whatsoever. You see what happens, and it's miserable. It's miserable. So the final play, 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. 33, Joe finds T. Higgins out to midfield, and that's the final play. All right, let's put our fours up. And here's what I'll say when we put our fours up, and I'm going to hold my fours here this entire time. Here's what I'll say. Don't let us win this game. Golly, I can't believe I'm still holding on. I am a lunatic because I'm still holding on to some semblance of hope. Not only that we're going to win this game, that if we win this game, we're going to be 8-7 going in the final 2 weeks of the season. Because that's what I kept saying. Don't let us win this game. Because after this, we've got 3 games that we'll be pretty heavily favored against. But let's put our fours up, baby. Spam it. Let's just win a quarter, right? Let's outscore them. Let's Blake Maislin it. That's 4-4-4, 4-4-4-4. If you want to chat Blake Maislin, do that too. Wendy's 4 for 4. If we win, we're getting a salted caramel frosty. That's my whatever. Oh my god. Let's do it. Rally. Hey, this is the rally guy. Rally. Oh, my God. That's warm. Oh, my goodness. I'm so bubbly now. Small chance. Let's do it. This is a crime against humanity. Neil McCoy. I have a bit where, and I haven't done it this game, is when there's a DPI, I yell, felonious activity. It is a crime against. We need a Nuremberg-style trial to figure out what happened to the Cincinnati Bengals defense. I have thrown out, by the way, guys, I have peppered this stream with 15 different history jokes. I hope you're enjoying them. I don't know why I'm doing that today. I know I do that a lot, but I've been peppering them with them. T. Brookie brings in a Paul Dehner tweet. This is the point of it all. The selection and development disconnect on defense has debilitated the entire franchise. Yeah, 447 yards, 34 points allowed. I've said this before as an ardent defender of the Bengals that is a defender in Joe Burrow that I don't know if it was tongue-in-cheek, but people in this city like, would Polk say things about Joe? Like, all right, we're back. Sorry. I'll finish that thought later. We pass it down to Drew Sample. That's how we're going to start the fourth quarter. I love that. Drew Sample in open space. But in an effort, I feel like, to belittle what the Bengals did in 2 seasons, going to the Super Bowl and going to the AFC Championship, and belittling what Joe Burrow did, they try to say it was all the defense and everything like that, even though our offense was top 5 in the league, and I think our defense was like 16th or 17th. But it's because of those low-scoring playoff games. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know who's learning their lesson amongst this, that how what this offense looks like when they're putting up 40 points a game and still losing. I don't know who's learning their lesson, if I am or if they are. But come on, snap the ball. 2nd and 4 from the 46. It's going to be out to Tanner Hudson. Hold on to the ball for dear life, please. Out to the 36-yard line. Tanner Hudson's getting used a little more today than in weeks previous. Where are we at with Tanner? Tanner Hudson, 3 catches now, 23 yards. Our tight ends have played well. I mean, Drew Sample, couple catches. Mike Gesicki, 448. First and 10. 3 to the bunch side of the field, and there's a false start. On Cody Kia, Cody Saturn, Cody Pontiac, Cody every brand of shitty car that you can think of. That's who you can replace Cody with. Maybe you just call him his name, Cody Ford, if you're a Chevy guy. This is rock bottom for the defense, though, no? Like, they're going to have 550 yards on us, regardless of what happens. Joe drops back, and it's a tip pass from T. Higgins, and it's going to be intercepted. High pass from Joe. And it's tipped off T. Higgins' hands, and it's going to be picked. And that's the game. Likely the game. I mean, unless we get a 3-and-out. So what happened here? Oh, it's tipped. It's tipped at the line by Cam Hayward. It's tipped at the line by Cam Hayward. And it goes high off of T. Higgins' hands and right into the... Yeah, that was it, right? Gonna be 5-8, 4-8, and that's it. Where'd they return it to? To Pittsburgh, so they're on their side of the field. Tipped at the line. That is one thing about this Bengals offense that it's changed a few years. Like, I don't know if you guys remember this, but it's a couple years ago, Joe got so many passes tipped at the line, so many, and it really hasn't happened a whole lot recently. And now it's done. I mean, our only hope is a turnover or another missed field goal. They're at 91% chance to win. It's been so terrible. This season has been just a nightmare across all boards. Sans our quarterback and wide receiver. We're seeing people talk about the Reds in the chat. I mean, my brain can't even wrap that around. Last year, the season died when Joe got hurt on Thursday Night Football, was resurrected after a few wins with Jake Browning, and then died after he lost to the Chiefs. I predicted 6-11 in preseason. Well, I mean, you might be right. I mean, if we lose this game, we got to have some serious conversations about, like, do we just, like, sit Joe? Not because, like, we're trying to tank, but I just don't want him to get hurt. So Russ dumps it down so they don't even kill clock. What's the penalty flag on? What's the flag on? They throw a flag, intentional grounding? Is that grounding? Okay. Yeah, let's go 2nd and 10. Why would they not run the ball? You're up 10. You're on your 47-yard line. I mean, at this point, do we sit Lou? Yeah. Lou, you sit down. You grab some pine, buddy. Don't get a splinter on your way up. 2nd and 10. Why would they not run the ball? Here they hand the ball off, and he's going to fall forward. He's hit what looked like about a foot behind the line of scrimmage, falls forward for another 4 yards. Drake is personal best for passing yards. Could be. He's trying to feel unlimited. 3rd and 6. Don't get a stop here. Don't let me get all the way back in. Don't do this. Russell Wilson rolls out to his left. He's trying deep. He wants it all, and there's going to be a defensive pass interference or holding. No. Are they going to throw him? Is it going to be on them trying to get the ball to the guy that was out of bounds? It's multiple flags, so it's got to, I mean. Oh, my God. How is that not on us? I mean, dude, we give them the ball, and they take a minute off the clock. Let's go score. Let's go score. Season's back on, folks. It's back on, baby. I mean, snap is good. Punt is off. First time we've seen a Pittsburgh punt today. And it's caught out at the 11-yard line. So we got to go 89 yards, 13 minutes to play. We're down 10. I mean,
How do they do this? How do they do this?
just let us quit you. Just let us quit you, Bengals, please. Just let us quit you. Go score, though. Let's go score. I've messed with this microphone 1,000 times. And we always make fun of Elliott because he flops his hair and touches his eye. I just mess with this microphone the entire game. Nervous ticks. We're going to go up high. Any Bob Dylan fans? I got to go see that Bob Dylan movie. I like Bob Dylan. Believe. That's right. How do I do that? You know what? We're going to do it. Believe poster. We're going to put it on the screen, baby. Confidence level. Where's it at? Mine's at 2. But it's higher than it was a second ago. Higher than it was a second ago. Let's do it. Screw it. Let's just win the game. That's it. Believe, baby. That's what we're doing. Believe. That's where we're at for the rest of this game. Right here. We're believing. We're believing. Here we go. Rally? Rally? It hasn't worked, but it got us the missed field goal, so I'm believing. That's what I'm doing. Right there. Right there. Let's do it. Let's do it. Joe Burrow dropping back and almost lost the ball. And if Tanner Hudson would have fumbled up that ball and they would have scored, like it would have gone like fumbled up and then the Steelers took it from him and scored, in a matter of 3 plays, I would have said sit Joe Burrow and then and then season's back on and then season's dead again. Such is life. Such is life. But this is what I'm choosing to do today. This is what I'm choosing to do. Believe. Hit the likes. Actually, spam the chat, believe. Here we go. 2nd and 5. Joe Burrow looking for T. That's got to be a flag. That's got to be. Thank you. Thank you. That was felonious. Put the guy in prison. Hamilton. Who's the sheriff in Hamilton County? I don't even know. Protect our boys, Blue. That's why. We're believing. We're getting the calls. Believe. Believe. First and 10. Pitch play out to Chase Brown. He's got some blockers in front of him, but he gets out. They just didn't get there in time. So he just shot out of hell. But we believe. We believe. Sample behind the line. They're bringing 6. Joe, there's going to be a flag thrown in the backfield by Jamar Chase or by Andre Yoshivas. They did a legal formation. I don't know if they let it play, so it had to have been a legal formation. It was thrown in the backfield. Yeah. What? We got to go, right? If we don't get it here, we got to go. But believe. Believe. Third and 8. Joe alone in the backfield. He's got to get rid of it. And it's fumbled. And it's scooped up and scored. Ice cream for the Steelers. Scoop and score. Just a microcosm of everything the Cincinnati Bengals team has been unable to do. Protect Joe. Protect Joe. Have any competent defense. We're putting it away. It's gone. Belief is gone. I don't know what else to say, guys. It's just a microcosm. Just an absolute everything that we've known about the Cincinnati Bengals is just unfolded this entire season. It started out with them being cheap, right? That's what the thing's always been. They've been cheap, and they don't give an extension to Jamar Chase. They don't pay a couple of free agents that walked out the door. And then, like, we know that they had problems with scouting because we don't have a scouting department. We asked the coaches to scout, which is asinine, asa 10, asa 11. So all of our draft picks suck. And then, like, you can't protect Joe. Like, the tackles, I mean, and they've been good this year. Marius Mims and Orlando Brown, when they're both out there, have been good. But this is a really good pass rush, and you just see what happens. It just eats you alive. They review every score, John Silvani, so his hand wasn't going forward. Just a tough. It's just so fucking tough. Second time that they fumbled. Interception. So the Bengals' first 3 drives went punt, touchdown, touchdown. Since then, we've gone fumble, punt, field goal, interception, fumble, touchdown. 3 turnovers. All from Joe. 3 turnovers for Joe. He's been playing well, too. I mean, is it fair to say that none of them were his fault? 2 fumbles, maybe the one where he's running forward, but the last one wasn't. He had a second interception, got tipped at the line. I don't know. I'm just making excuses for anybody and everyone. It's crazy, man. This whole thing is crazy. How it got so bad so quickly. I mean, we talked ourselves into it. They went 9-8 last year, playing the hardest schedule in NFL history with a hurt quarterback for 13 of the 17 games or whatever it was, 12 of the 17 games, or no quarterback. And we're like, man, if they just play a little bit better, who knows what happens? And you just see it unfold. Now, I think that their schedule, I mean, like, they haven't, besides the Patriots, they haven't lost to a team that's not been good. You know, like, they haven't lost to a team that, like, they lost to the Eagles, who look like a wagon. Steelers are pretty good. Ravens are pretty good. Commanders look pretty good. Like, the Commanders are probably the worst team that they've lost to, other than the Patriots back in week 1. All right, we pass it to T. Higgins, and we'll see if in the next 11 minutes we can get anything going. Jeopardy of going to 4-8. Brother, they are going to 4-8. Got to work quick, too. I mean, like, if there's any hope to keeping this on, got to go quick. Chase Brown's going to have some big yardage. Dump down to Chase Brown. And he gets dropped out at the cross midfield. 44. And the problem, like, we probably should take some deep shots. We just don't have time, guys. We, like, don't have any time. We haven't taken a single deep shot today because we don't have time. Robert Saleh or Rex Ryan? I'd take Robert Saleh, I guess. Wide open. Andre Yoshivas open. We're right outside the red zone to the 23-yard line. Down 3 scores. I'm done cheering too, Natty Ron. We're down 3 scores with 10 minutes to go against Pittsburgh Steelers. I hate how they do this to me. I can't quit them. Me and Craig Sandlin will be live. (30-yard, 25-yard line. Joe dropping back, plenty of time in the pocket, and he overthrows T. Higgins. Garbage time numbers. That's right, Natty Ron. It is garbage time. All right, Titans finally woke up. Or Texans finally woke up. 23-6 in Jacksonville. Any word from Tisson on the vibes at the stadium? Should we call him in? By the way, Craig, if you're watching this, get on that link so I can see you. I'll stay for you and Craig. Thanks, Blackmore. I don't know what we could say. Joe dropping back. Trying for the end zone. Jamar Chase tries to throw off the defender. No pass interference either way. 3rd and 10. Vibes? We're talking about vibes? Every time, there's sometimes there's words that I just hate. Vibes for some reason. I say it a lot, but it makes me feel so like a 13-year-old every time I say it. What are the vibes like? 3rd and 10. There's a jump. Try for the end zone. Got a free play. Dude, throw that flag. Yeah, that's DPI. We'll take that one. Molly, I'm not good. We get the second flag, right? We get to pick between the flags. We'll take the one that gets us to the 1-yard line, sir. Is Burrow's window now slammed shut? No. Although the expectations will be brought down. It's not going to give us DPI. Okay, there we go. 3 penalties. Three penalties, so there's the hold. So then after he realizes it, we try to get an Aaron Rodgers, who's just freebie. I mean, what a dirty call. You're up 17 points. Why play like that, Steelers? Can we please just protect Joe? Oh, T, hold on to the ball. All right, we tried it for T in the back of the end zone. He was covered. We tried to just get it outside of. He got one hand on it. Almost brought it in. T has to stop bobbling balls. I mean, he had one hand on it, guys. Come some slack. We running the ball? What are we doing here? There's T. All right, we're in. Touchdown. I will somberly sing. Another game where we score 30 points and we'll end up losing, probably by double digits. Good play, T. Good play. Good throw. Good play. It's a touchdown. Dude, everything moves. He made it. All right. Hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a-prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Run, pass, or boot. And defensively, he's rougher, tougher. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. Oh, way too chipper read. I don't know what to give you guys. I'll sing every time, but thanks, Aaron. Me singing that song was the equivalent of when people go whoop-de-doo. I'm going to have them return it. They brought them down out the 16-yard line. Boys came to play. Believe. Believe. The idea of us winning this game comes down to 2 stops and 2 touchdowns. And I just don't see that. I just don't see that. If you're wondering, the live winning percentage is that touchdown put us from 97% chance the Steelers win to 93% chance the Steelers win. They're going to run the ball. We'll see them now. Hold them to a 3-and-out here. I mean, they have 500 yards, guys. Pitch play to Najee. We can't tackle him. He gets down. It's a gain of 6. And we can say that Najee Harris only has 66 yards, 97 as a team, 10 from Jalen Warren, 16 from Cordell Patterson. But they haven't needed to run the ball. They have 370 yards through the air. Fumble something. That'd be great. That'd be great, Jade. A fumble would be cool. Don't get your hopes up, guys. They're going to throw the ball. They'll dump it down to Najee. Najee will get brought down beyond the yard to gain. A flag coming in late. Who's the flag on? Is it on them? Is the flag on them? A holding? Is it a hold? Oh, it's a face mask. Okay. Yeah. It's over, Mouse. Yep, it's done. They get a fresh yards. Oh, no. Oh, no. My YouTube TV. My YouTube TV is gone. Oh, my goodness. My YouTube TV. Guys, give me a second. I'm back. Oh, my goodness. What a terrible. I mean, not that there was good omens going on, but I mean, yeah, they're going to use 40 seconds every play. So we can't let them get another first down if we want any chance. They're going to throw the ball. It's incomplete. Why aren't they running the ball? Who's the flag on? Legal man downfield. Why aren't they running the ball? What are they doing? I mean, they put up 40 points, so I can't complain about their offense, but they're not running the ball. What? Can we stop Najee Harris? Because they're gonna have to get him the ball right here. Can we stop him? Make it like 3rd and 8. You're absolutely right, Charles. You are what your record says you are. They hand it off to Najee, and he's brought down from the back, and it's a gain of a yard. They lost a minute. They lost it a minute by not running the ball on 1st down. They should run the ball again. You're up 2 scores. But they're gonna drop Russ, aren't they? They're gonna drop Russell. Can we get an incomplete pass? Can we get a sack? Can we just get the ball back? I hate our look defensively. We're sitting in the house. And it's, we sent 8 dudes, 7 dudes, and a man was wide open on man-to-man coverage for 40 yards. 44 yards to Jefferson. What? And Josh Newton gets, just cooked. Just cooked. Thought they were absolutely running the ball. That's why they're passing the ball. There's your answer. That's why they're passing the ball. What? This team sucks. You're right. They're not very good. And to be honest, have they looked? Here's the thing about the Bengals. Their 4 wins are against terrible teams. They've looked good against the best teams in the leagues, the Chiefs. Everyone looks good against the Chiefs. Everyone takes it close. They've looked good against the Ravens, who are a little fraudulent. They showed 0 blitz with 15 seconds left on the play clock. Yeah, it wasn't good, was it? Jordan Battle is down. By the way, the over-under on this game was 46.5. Jordan Battle's down. 506 yards for the Steelers. Thanks, Sean Connor, for the stats. 506 yards for the Steelers. I'll pull up in a second here. So the most yards, it's certainly the most yards that they've had this year. It might be the most yards they've had since 2019 Big Ben. So 2nd down and 9. Russ, he wants all those freaking yards, don't he? Incomplete pass? Or did he catch it? Clock will stop. Total yards. They had eclipsed 400 yards 3 times. They had not gone over 426 this year. Is it holding or DPI? Because it can't be DPI because the ball was nowhere near it. It can't be DPI. The ball isn't anywhere near the throw. So, okay, holding. This feels like the Eagles game. Yeah, the Eagles game was probably worse, though, no, right? Because, like, the Eagles game never gave you hope. I guess early in the game they did. First and goal, handoff to Najee Harris. They blew it dead at the 4-yard line. They blew it dead at the 4-yard line. I don't want to be begging too much, but like, is that necessary revenues? Good timeout, Zach. Good timeout, Zach. Let's see the last time the Steelers had 500 yards offensively. What are we guessing? I'm guessing like 2016. Oh, yeah, let Justin Fields play a little bit. Why not? Last time that the Steelers had 500 yards in a game was that playoff game against the Cleveland Browns a couple years ago, 48-37. In a regular season game, and I'm just letting the game run on. November 25th, 2018. There you go. November 25th, 2018. 6-year anniversary. Ross dropping back, stepping up, and he gets hit out at the 8-yard line. So they're going to kick. Stays a 2-possession game for whatever the hell that's worth. Whatever the hell that's worth. My guess is not a lot. So we'll get the ball back with 4 minutes to go, down 13. Wait, are they? Oh, they're going to take the timeout. Guys, Russell, I know that there's a contingent of Ohio State fans that overlap with Bengals fans, and they want, like, Russell Wilson to fail, not just because he's a Steeler quarterback, but because Justin Fields is the backup. Russell's been pretty good this year, guys. And he was pretty good last year, like 33 touchdowns, 9 picks. That's pretty good. But God dang, this team. Block, return it for to the house. Place is empty. 4 minutes, down 2 touchdowns. You guys want good news? Cincinnati Bengals tickets will be cheap if you care to go. That'd be good content, wouldn't it, Sean? Hey, I just did that stat. Most since November 25th, 2018. Good for me. Shootout favored Cincinnati. When the hell have we won a shootout? 35-yard line. Looked like he was about to break it. All right, we got 4.5 minutes down, 2 touchdowns. New timeouts, right? So for any hope, we'd have to score before the 2-minute warning? No? This is clearly frozen, so we'll put that away. 3:46. We'd have to score or get an onside kick. Joe finds Jamar. Keep it running. Come on. Gain of about 8 yards. Joe drops back, 2nd and 3. Gesicki trying to get out of bounds. Gets the first down. Joe Burrow completes a pass to Mike Gesicki for another Cincinnati Bengals first down. Jets, 9th straight. I keep reading Sean Connors. Keeps dropping good nuggets. Jets kind of have a similar thing to where, like, they won 7 games with just terrible quarterback play last year, and you just figured, like, hey, with a 4th-place schedule and decent quarterback play, they should be pretty good. A lot of things change in the course from one season to the next in the NFL, doesn't it? Jamar Chase wide open out at the 20-yard line. He breaks it. He stiff arms. He's brought down to the 3. Hustle, 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 hustle. We got no timeouts left, right? We got no timeouts left, right? First and goal. I don't think we have no timeouts, right? What's Joe throwing for? Joe's over 300. Wouldn't that been? I mean, wouldn't that been something? Just a pick off Joey Porter and just like, oh. Don't matter, won't matter. You're right, Natty Ron. You're probably right. Zach, Joe, finds someone in the end zone. Yoshi with a touchdown. Looks like the penalty is going to be on D. They don't know what the call is going to be. Offense is staying on the field. That's not a good call. All right, decline it. All right, so Yoshi with the touchdown. Joe Burrow, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. Go figure, right? 37 points now. You guys ready to sing the song? You guys want to sing the little song? Sing the Bengals song? Do the hoo-day? Yippee! Woo! Go Bengals! Yeah! Let's sing the little song. And it's a 6-point game. We have no timeouts. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. We put up 38 points. Good for the Bengals. Yippee! Yeah. Yeah, wave those flags. Get those Houday flags in the stadium. Let's go. You cannot stop this all. What are we doing? All right. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, and offensive brutes run past our boots. And defensively, he's rough. Ooh, tough. Ooh. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Win this game and put some points up on the board for Cincinnati. Woo! Go Houdays. Yeah, let's just murder them for 2.5 minutes. How the hell is this team 4-8? Yeah, both teams almost both going over the over-under. Can Matt come through? No. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? If McPherson, after just belittling him for weeks, he comes through with... Can I look up when the last time the Bengals had an onside kick recovery? Let's see. (2019) maybe? Was that the last one when Tua? The tank for Tua game, which we eventually, it was tank for Joe. By the time it was the tank for Tua game. Isn't that wild? Dolphins won that game and still got Tua. And that was labeled the tank for Tua game. Go find someone to hit. Here we go, McPherson. And it's returned by the Steelers. Wasn't a terrible onside kick. Just got there too quick, didn't it? Oh, Lou. Oh, dog. God darn it. Lou. Lou with a shucks. Oh, shucks. What's the math here? Someone do the math real quick. So you get 40 seconds of play. 40 seconds of play. It's $1.30. So there'll be about 30 seconds left. We get the ball back. 20 seconds left. $44.38 is just so funny, guys. 38 points. My math is the Bengals are cooked. Wait, hold on. I didn't carry that one. No, I was – you got me. That was pretty clever. Yeah, I mean, like, if we get the ball back, how much time we got? 20 seconds? Reed, stop, man. Stop having hope. Listen, if I don't have hope, I'm just a shell of a man. I'm just a shell of a man. Because all I've got right now are an elite quarterback, an elite wide receiver, an elite pass rush, and pretty much that's it. Pretty good left tackle, a promising right tackle, really good running back. I think running back I'm excited about. T. Higgins pretty good. Is that it? Logan Wilson's okay. If in all honesty, if you were able to, okay, so it gives me 25 seconds to score a touchdown, right? Not even kick a field goal, score a touchdown against a really well-coached team, right? Like it's not like you're playing the Bengals or someone that's not well-coached to where you can hope for some craziness. And when we'll need to go 90 yards. Yeah. What am I doing? Fumble? I'm smelling a turnover. Sniff around, guys. I mean, this has just been a miserable season. I'm with you, David. Little turnover. Little Najee Harris, fumble Rooski. Decline it. Boss is it here. We got to do a show. Holding. If you're in all sincerity, if you're the Steelers, why wouldn't you just hold all 10 guys that don't have the ball? Hold 10 guys. Because they accept it. All right, we got to run 10 seconds more off the clock. Hold the crap out of them. And Justin Fields holds on to it and gets the first down. All right, that's it. Coffin downs. Bam, 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 bam. What a fun freaking season this has been. You guys want to know a crazy stat? When the Bengals score more than – I don't want to do that right now. I was going to say when they score more than 25 points, we're like 2-6. When we score less than 20 points, we're like 2-1, something like that. I mean, that poor, beautiful blonde dude that plays quarterback for our team is going to have to answer questions after this game, too. Like, what is there even to say? We're gonna talk about it. Me and Craig are. I don't know how long we'll go, but we'll talk about it all right. 4-8. Fields ices it. Yeah. You Ohio State fans, you take that one home. You needed that. You deserve that one. You guys did. You earned that one. Fair and square. What a good win. What a good weekend for the Ohio State fans in the Cincinnati area. Justin Fields got the ball on 3rd and 2 to ice it. What are we doing? All right, that's the end of the game. I mean, what? I mean, what the hell? All right, well, that's it. That's it. I'm going to run this intro, and then I'm going to get Craig in here, and we're going to whip-de-doo this whole Bengals game. Whip-de-doo. See you in a couple minutes.
Looking right around, Huntley, he reaches, that ball's out, that's live! Back the other way, Sam Hubbard! The Cincinnati Kid! Hubbard's got a convoy! Chased by Andrews! At the 30, the 20, he will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Back to throw. Men are coming late. Look right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5 touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Chad Johnson's got it. Touchdown. Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Case for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Let's hope this works. Hey, Craig, hopefully you can hear me. Maybe you can, maybe you can't.
You got me?
I sure do. We didn't ring any of this. We're just doing this one on the fly, and we are here. What a joy. You know what it is? It is the season of joy. Now that Thanksgiving is over, we're in Christmas time, and the joy is being a Cincinnati Bengals football fan. Yippee! 44-38, the final score, as the Pittsburgh Steelers have their best offensive output in 6 seasons against our defense. We scored 38 points, and once again, it's not enough, Craig. Thanks for joining in.
Nowhere I'd rather be, Reed. I mean, really, on this beautiful December Sunday afternoon, nowhere I'd rather be than right here with you talking about another Bengals loss. Let me tell you.
It's so you see the J bar, and I threw it together 5 minutes ago because I forgot how to do all that stuff, and I'm filling in for Jacob and everything like that. We got officially done. Speechless. Defense is a joke. 30 points again. Who cares? As that's my new Twitter handle. You see it right here at Who effing cares, because that's where I'm at as a Cincinnati Bengals fan right now, because we do this thing where we watch the game. And it's we got a lifespan as a Bengals fan, and the lifespan is we watch the game. We're so excited. We wake up on Sunday. I don't know what your game day rituals are, but I wake up and I literally play Welcome to the Jungle. And then I play this little playlist that plays nothing but songs that play in the stadium, or pretty much any song that has a jungle or cat reference in it, like Cat Scratch Fever or Jungle Boogie. And I listen to those songs all day, and I'm like, I got to watch Joe Burrow play football. I got to watch Jamar Chase play football. I got to watch the Stripes, beautiful jerseys. And we get to the game, and it's misery for 3 hours. And then I sit all day Sunday, and I'm like, God, that was miserable. That was miserable. And then I wake up on Monday, and it lingers away a little bit, but I'm still like, that was miserable. By Tuesday, I'm sitting here thinking, the season's my map and my brain will be like, if we win this game, we win this game. They lose this game, we win this game. We're all the way back in the postseason, and the Bengals are once again the best team in the National Football League. And that lifespan is officially done because now the Bengals are 4-8, and about 36 things happening, including the Bengals winning out for the rest of the season. They're not making it. They're not making it, and they shouldn't make it because they are a bad football team. But Craig, I guess what I'm saying is for ever since about week 4, we've said this is a must win, or this is a can't lose, or this is a gotta have it, whatever dumb thing, whatever thesaurus we opened up for must win and found synonyms for. That's done because the season is officially done.
Oh, are you finally throwing in the flag? Jacob and I literally brought out the playoff machine on Tuesday because he was so in on the fact that we were going to beat the Steelers and go on to make the playoffs this year. I did see an interesting stat this year. If you do want some hope, if you lose to the Steelers and then win out, you still have a 36% chance of making the playoffs, according to certain websites. So,
all right,
New York Times says there's still a chance. There's still a chance.
Back on, baby. Bring it on back when
season's
it's over. Because what about this team?
I've been out on this team for so long. I mean, you guys watch the show every week. I mean, look, I watch this team week in and week out, and I watch them make the same mistakes over and over and over again, and the same holes pop up over and over and over again. And they've done nothing to address it throughout the first 13 weeks of the season. And I don't know why we would have any faith that they would do anything to fix it over the last 5 weeks of the season. Like, at this point, you just have to acknowledge the fact that Lou Anarumo, who decided to zero coverage on 3rd and 9 at the Pittsburgh 42, was a good defense. And they give up a 40-yard bomb to Van Jefferson. Like, at this point, you just have to throw in the towel and acknowledge the fact that, 1, this isn't a good team. 2, I don't think this is a very good coaching staff. And 3, the team outside of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are just not talented enough to get it done.
Yeah, you brought up a couple things that we can point on. And I think the last time I did this show, it was a hodgepodge of just worn out. And I feel a little more focused in today than I did back then. So I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of talking about coaching staff and what changes need to happen there. But I guess where I'll start is I'm where you were a couple weeks ago, is that, yeah, the same mistakes happen over and over again. And you can fool yourself thinking into like, if just they get a little better defensively, this is a postseason team. But this was in a season of historically bad defensive performances. This was the worst. This was the worst. The Steelers were scoring points since Russell Wilson became their quarterback. But it's still like this lingering, the Steelers team isn't very offensively inclined. Ever since Mike Tomlin's taken over, they're not all that offensively inclined. And we give up 500 yards, 44 points. They turn the ball over. They give us a pick 6. They gift us a pick 6 to start the game. We end up scoring 31 points on top of that pick 6 that they give us. And we're still looking up, and really, like, the entire fourth quarter knew the game was dead. This, like I said, we're seeing the same mistakes like you said, and somehow, some way, this game is the worst defensive performance of the year. Do you share that assessment? Do you think this was our worst? Because I can't. Like, I think of the Commanders was really bad, but this one, for some reason, just feels especially bad. And it's a game where we got to pick 6 defensively.
I mean, it certainly feels really bad, but you're not helping yourself by giving the Steelers 3 extra possessions by turning the ball over yourself, right? So you get the interception, which was tipped by Cam Hayward at the line. Yep. Nothing really that T. Higgins can do at that point, but, you know, he tips it up in the air, makes it an easy INT for the Steelers. Joe Burrow with the 2 fumbles obviously doesn't help things either. Lost both of them, one of which is returned for a touchdown. I mean, you're not helping yourself on offense with a defense that you know is subpar. And so, you know, you put up the 31 points on offense, but defensively, you're just not put in a position to succeed either. So, you know, it's one of those things where, like, at some point, if you're Joe Burrow, you probably are getting pretty down on this season as well. right? You're getting attacked play after play after play. You're having to scramble and getting hit and all of these things. Look, the defense didn't do well today. I think if you would have told me coming into this week that we would have held the Steelers to 110 yards rushing on the game, that I would have signed up for that immediately and said, oh man, we're going to win this game and we're going to win this game handily. But then you look and you give up 414 yards to Russell Wilson, a number that he hasn't eclipsed since 2017.
Yeah.
And you're just sat there pondering yourself, how did it get so bad? You got very little pressure on Russell pretty much all day. He picked you apart in that first half, just dumping it off. I tweeted it out. I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but in the first half, Russell Wilson threw the ball like 85% completion rate within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage for 197 yards, I think the number was. I mean, he just picked you apart, and then that opened up the deep ball in the second half because they had to clamp down on the short ball, and you're able to hit plays like that Van Jefferson one over the top once that happens. And it just, it's the same story over and over again. Now, you were lucky. I don't want to say lucky. The defense played well in the second half against the Chargers, but the first half was very similar against the Chargers as we saw this week. But the adjustments that Lou and the defense were able to make in the second half has really been able to save this team a little bit over and over throughout this season. We made zero adjustments this week, it felt like. I don't know how you felt, but it didn't feel like Lou really made any adjustments in the second half to try and change the way this game was going.
So, yeah, the way the game – you brought up 110 rushing yards. The running backs combined, their 3 running backs – I'll do this just quick math here. They had a combined 150 receiving yards because it was the same play over and over again. It was the Bengals are going to bring 6 guys. They're going to put pressure on Russell Wilson, make him make a decision quick. And the decision was always, all right, Najee Harris, Cordell Patterson, or Jalen Warren are going to step right up through the middle of the line, not ship a single blitzer. We're just going to dump it to you, and it's going to be 12 yards. And that was incredibly evident, not like in the first half. It was evident on the first drive. Every chunk play they had was the exact same. The Bengals brought 6, maybe 7, and then what the Steelers do? Step right up, Najee Harris, 12 yards. They did that play over and over again, and you're thinking, okay, I like the idea. Clearly the plan was to make Russell Wilson make quick decisions. Maybe in hindsight, you don't let a Super Bowl winning quarterback that's 36 years old and has seen pretty much every defense. Like maybe that's not a good one for him. Maybe he'll figure it out pretty quickly. But regardless, that was the game plan early on. They never changed it. It just was the same thing over and over again. I'm not going to do that cliche, dumb thing that people say about insanity where it's the same thing over and over again. But like, it just, you're watching this and it's, all right, we're bringing 6 guys. Not only are we bringing 6 guys, we're not getting any pressure bringing 6 guys, but it didn't even matter because he's dumping it out so quickly. So you're right. Where were the adjustments? Where was the changes? And I get that we were without our best linebacker and Logan Wilson. But it's whatever. It's whatever at this point. This defense, you put 2 guys on Trey Hendrickson and we're done. It's over. You can put the guard and the tackle on Trey Hendrickson, or the tackle and a tight end, or a tackle and a chip blocker from the running back, and this defense can't do anything. It's so frustrating.
You bring up Logan Wilson. I think you have to talk a little bit about this linebacking crew and how poor they were tackling today. Logan Wilson by no means is a good coverage linebacker, but what he does bring you is sure tackling once that ball is caught. Yeah. And it felt like time and time again, Russell Wilson would dump it off over the middle, and then they'd pick up chunk yards because we couldn't tackle. In the first half, he's 7 for 7 over the middle within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, but those 7 completions go for 87 yards. Every single time that he would dump it off, they'd be able to pick up 10, 15, 20 yards because the linebacking crew couldn't bring down the ball carrier. I remember back to that little sequence where it felt like they went to Cordell Patterson over the middle, I think 3 times in a row, basically. Yep. Just a quick dump off right on the middle. It wasn't even like a outlet pass. It was literally just designed, I'm going to go to Cordell Patterson right off the bat because I know that we're going to be able to pick up chunk plays. And every single time he was wide open, and then he's able to turn and pick up more yardage because this linebacking crew just didn't feel like they wanted to hit today. And that felt like one of the themes throughout the entire game was guys like Jermaine Pratt and Akeem Davis-Gaither missing tackles. And I'll have to pull up PFF to see what they ultimately gave in terms of missed tackles in this game, but it sure felt like a lot.
Early in the game, there was certainly a lot of missed tackles on Najee, Cordell, and everything like that. And it's me and my friends have this joke where it's like it doesn't matter what Lou Anarumo draws up on the board if we don't wrap up, and that's true. Like the goal of the defense is to bring down the ball carrier. You can't do that, you're not very good. Similar to how if you can't move the ball offensively, you're not very good. It's just that's 101. And it's just I don't know how it got so bad. Craig, and I'm speaking like someone that's talking to his pastor right now or his priest. We're like, I don't know what happened in my life. I'm like, you're my therapist right here. It's like I don't know where it goes, because in 2 years' time we went from having what a lot of people in this city perceived, I wasn't one of those people, but it was certainly good, perceived to be the highlight of the team, which was the defense. And even in that short stretch last year, that 4-game stretch where we looked like the best team in the NFL, our defense was great, to where it's at now. And people can lament on Jesse Bates. They can lament on DJ Reader. That's fine. That's great. Maybe you guys are right there. But those players, I don't see how even having those guys on the team make this team so even close to being competitive. And this is where my football knowledge is shrinking, because I'm watching this team and and as the J Bar says, I'm speechless, because there's nothing worse than having a problem with no solution. I look at this defense and I don't see the solution. They're vague things like, hey, you got to draft better. Sure. But even then, is the scheme going to be better? I'm speechless. It's the solutions are both complex and so simple at the same time. And it's so frustrating because it's just absolutely speechless. Absolutely.
Well, one of the frustrating parts, obviously, is that there's so many holes. It's really hard to get an agreement on which hole do you attack first, right? There's holes on the offense and on the defense. And so, you're talking about the defense specifically. I mean, the Bengals only have 6 draft picks right now as it stands in the 2025 NFL draft. And, I mean, you could spend all 6 of those and hit on all 6 of those, and you're still going to have holes on this team. And it's tough because you sit and you look at the success that the Bengals have had in the draft, or I should say lack of success that the Bengals have really had in the draft over the last several years. And you have to question whether or not Duke Tobin and Zach Taylor are able to even hit on 6 out of 6 if they were given those 6 picks. And, it just makes you wonder, do you have to go out and move a guy like Trey Hendrickson, who's under contract for 1 more year, to try and get more draft picks, or to try and get another NFL piece that maybe can slot in? But again, to your point, okay, let's say you do go get more talent. Okay, well, is the scheme going to be better? Because again, 0 blitz on 3rd and 9. There's not a whole lot of quarterbacks that are going to go one-on-one in that scenario and be able to pick up a stop in that situation. So I agree with you 100%. It leaves you a little bit speechless. I'm not one to be speechless a whole lot. I like to ramble on and on and on. But I mean, you look across this defense and all of the different positions that you need upgrades at. I mean, both safety positions could use an upgrade. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the linebacking crew can use an upgrade. You need an edge rusher beyond just Trey Hendrickson, and the question becomes whether or not Trey Hendrickson is even on this team after this year. Cornerback is obviously a huge hole. You need multiple of those probably. And so like you said, this isn't a 1-year fix. And I do think that there's a world where a defensive coordinator can improve this defense, but you're certainly not going to get to the point where you're really a solid defense in the next 1 to 2 years, because there's just so many holes to address. And Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin have shown over and over again that they are willing to address offense before defense, even if defense is a bigger need.
Yeah, it's you bring up a pretty good point. And we're trying to how many pieces does it need to be a good defense? And Kevin P puts us in the chat, making the defense good enough to complement the Bengals offense is doable. The bar to which our defense has to play to us to be a competitive team, and which is what we're not right now, by the way. I know we've battled, and this is another 1 possession loss and everything like that. And what are they, 1-7 in the 8 possession loss games this year? The bar in which the defense has to play is so low that it feels like it's this team can turn it around next year, right? Like if you get 2 more pieces, then maybe we, instead of having the 31st defense in the league, you can have the 24th and you can win some games. But we know that when it comes down to those games at the end of the year, which is really where the expectations are with Joe Burrow, the ones that are played in late January and early February, you need to have a competent defense. I think, like, what's that commercial say? Like 17 of the last 23 Super Bowl champs have had a top 10 defense or whatever it is. So it's so far away. And you said we only have 6 draft picks this year. Do we think Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin can hit on 6 draft picks? Well, that's the problem. It's those guys that have to hit on it. We don't have a scouting department on this team, Craig. We're a National Football team. National Football League team. We don't have a scouting department. We just draft whoever. Like the coaches can't go to Athens, Georgia, or Columbus, Ohio, or Austin, Texas to go watch the best college football players and see how good they are. They got to do it from a TV or all 22 film at home, pulling double duty while also preparing for a game. So it's more of the same, of where you see where dudes like Carson Palmer 15 years ago talked about how bad this organization is. And you want to be like, all right, screw off, Carson. And I still think that. And you feel like you're getting somewhere as an organization, but the deficiencies are still there. And I'm not talking roster-wise. I'm talking personnel-wise, to where you can't run a team that doesn't simply put, doesn't have a scouting department. You just can't run it that way. Neil McCoy with a $9.99. Bengals went out. Broncos choke. Playoff bound, baby. I'm back in, Craig. It took me 20 minutes. I'm back in. I mean, we're gonna have 3 games that we're gonna be pretty heavily favored in. But golly day. So here's what I'll say.
Look, let's talk about, you mentioned the cheapness of this organization. I mean,
yeah.
I know that people love to pile on this, but, like, Jesse Bates, DJ Reader.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's sad that Nick Scott left, but Awuzie, like, the list goes on and on over the last several years of players, Eli Apple, of players who have left the Cincinnati organization and gone on to have success elsewhere. I know people love to talk about Joe Mixon. I still think that was probably the right choice. But, at the end of the day, this team, in this ownership, in this front office, wants to be able to build from within. And they want to be able to draft well. They never go out and make huge free agent signings. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Orlando Brown was an anomaly. Yep.
Orlando Brown was an anomaly, 100%. And so if you're going to operate in that way, to have a scouting department of reportedly anywhere from 2 to 5 scouts, depending on who you ask and what the titles mean for each of the people in the personnel department, versus other teams who have 20 to 30 scouts. I just don't understand how you expect to be able to truly scout to find the right fit for your future defense. Like, it's kind of become a running joke where, guys are tweeting out scouts that are in attendance for college football games, and the Bengals are obviously never on that list because they never travel. And, finally we had a scout at the Ohio State Michigan game this past weekend, and that was like some sort of big accomplishment that they drove 2 hours up 71 North to go watch a game. Like, I would hope that you have a scout at every Ohio State game, if we're being honest. Like,
right.
You should have a personnel that is willing to drive 2 hours to go watch that. So it's just a frustrating moment. And Jacob and I talked about it last week or 2 weeks ago about, the image of Mike Brown sitting in his ownership suite at the Chargers game and Katie Blackburn with her back turned in disgust. And it's just a very clear indication of how Mike Brown views this team. He doesn't care about winning. He never has. And until he's no longer in control of this team, I don't know that changes.
I don't think that. I don't like being the fan that goes, our owner doesn't care about winning. I think there's just probably a little bit of hubris in his mind about, because clearly, like, you're not going to go to every game. You're not going to own a team if you don't care about the team doing well. But there is a bit of hubris on how you get there, and instead of just conforming and spending the money, it's clear that he's just like, we'll figure it out some other way. But yeah, it's just and
well, I think there's a difference between buying a team
true.
And inheriting a team.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Like
that's true.
If Mike Brown had put his hard-earned money into this team and bought it and knew that he needed to win in order to protect his investment, that's a lot different than being handed a multi-$100 million organization and allowing it to just do nothing and still appreciate and value because of how the NFL as a whole is going.
Yeah. Neil McCoy with a $10 super chat said, I need off-season talk. Draft picks, new coaching staff, give it to me. There'll be plenty of time to talk. Sorry, we're gonna not do draft picks today. I'll say this about the coaching staff, and I flip-flop on this so often about my opinion on what needs to be done when it comes to the coaching staff. Clearly, there needs to be some change, whether it be Lou Anarumo gone, Frank Pollock gone, whoever you want to pitch the blame on. They're gonna have to crucify somebody to just feed the fans something at the very least, right? Like they're gonna have to give something, whether they want to or not, because the fans will absolutely go nuts if they don't. My opinion on Zach Taylor as the head coach of the Bengals is that he's a good coach. People want to say he's a bad coach. I think he's a fine coach. I just think we play in a division, in a conference where there are so many better coaches that when you play teams like Jim Harbaugh's Chargers, when you play teams like Mike Tomlin's Steelers, when you play teams like John Harbaugh's Ravens, when you play teams like Andy Reid's Chiefs, that you feel at the end of the game like, oh, man, we just got out-coached. We just got straight up out-coached, and I'm tired of feeling like that. I'm tired of doing that. And I know the thing about Zach Taylor coming into the year was he should just be the head coach. Don't worry about play calling. He's a terrible play caller, all this stuff. Well, this team's scoring more than they have ever scored. That stat, that graphic, and I don't know what it was based off, that came out over the weekend about Zach Taylor's the best play caller in the NFL, whatever. I think I saw Kevin O'Connell and Shane Steichen at the bottom of that list. So I'm like, all right, maybe you need to readjust your algorithm that got there. But, like, I'll give Zach Taylor credit in that if he's calling plays, this offense, he's the offensive side of the ball coach as well as being the head coach, and this offense has never looked better. This offense has never looked better in the Joe Burrow era, so I'll give him credit there, but I am tired of watching games where we play teams like Mike Tomlin, and everyone in our division has a better coach. Most of the good teams in the AFC have a better coach. You go down the list, it feels like we have like a Geno Smith as our quarterback, right? Like when you're a Seahawks fan, you can talk yourself into Geno Smith week to week. Like, oh, he had a good week, he had a bad week. It was similar to like when we had Andy Dalton here for a decade. He was fine. He's a good quarterback, had a great career. But it was pretty clear early on that he was limited most of the time, and that's where Zach Taylor is. He's a fine quarterback. He's a fine coach. But he's not someone that's going to completely revamp or fix all these incredibly apparent problems. So if that's the case, then maybe we should part ways with him. The problem is that in order to get the names that everyone's floating around, the Mike Vrabels, the Ben Johnsons, whoever, the Bill Belichick's even, you're going to have to pony up $12 million, $15 million, whatever those top-end coaches get paid. And not only is Mike Brown not going to do that, but then he has to fire Zach Taylor and pay him to not coach the team, and Mike Brown sure as hell ain't going to do that either. So I like to talk about solutions to problems and realistic ones, and Zach Taylor being the head coach just seems like it's going to happen, so just get over it, right? Like it's just, I don't know. We can complain about it, but there's nothing that's going to change there. Similar to how there's nothing that's going to change about the Brown family being the owners of the Bengals. That just is what it is, unless some buyer comes in and says, maybe in the next generation, hey, I'll pay you a quadrillion dollars for the Cincinnati Bengals, which just won't happen because they probably hold on to their Paul Brown's legacy too much. So just those things are what they are. But.
Yeah, I think, when you talk about it, you certainly Zach Taylor is bottom half of head coaches in our division at best, right? At best, he's third above Kevin Stefanski. I think there's a lot of people that would argue that Stefanski is above him. I think the problem is that Zach hasn't necessarily surrounded himself with coaches who have allowed him to focus on his job, right? So when you've got Lou Anarumo, who defensively, we had a good year back in 2021, but other than that, have kind of struggled the last 2 or 3 years. We brought in Frank Pollock, who was a long-term offensive line coach that people thought he'd come in and fix this offensive line. That hasn't happened. You just look around and it's just all over the place. There are holes, and just the Bengals organization as a whole very rarely make any changes.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people are holding on to hope that maybe Lou would be gone after this year, or maybe Frank will be gone after this year. Certainly not going to happen in season. I know there's a lot of talk on X.com right now about Lou and about Frank, and even Zach at this point shouldn't be here next week. You just got off a bye week. If you were going to make changes, it was going to happen last week. Right. It hasn't happened. This is your coaching staff moving forward. The question that I always ask myself is, did the Bengals organization earn those back-to-back AFC championship games, or did they luck their way into them? And I don't know that I can confidently say that they earned those trips. I think you look at the fact that they, quote-unquote, lucked their way into Joe Burrow. They lucked their way into Jamar Chase. Yeah. Zach Taylor, is he really a Super Bowl caliber coach, or did he just get lucky with a defense who happened to come together for a stretch down the back end of the year that gave them enough to get into a Super Bowl? And to the point earlier in the show, they got enough out of that defense back then to get to the Super Bowl. That same thing can happen now. This offense is still good enough to get to the Super Bowl if you have a good enough defense. But right now, this defense is potentially the worst in the NFL. And as a result, your offense is put in a position where it just absolutely has to be perfect every single week. And that's just not reasonable to expect.
Right, and let's talk about the offense. They lose, again, putting up 38 points this time. I think the offense, they scored 31. So the fact that an offense can score 31 points despite turning the ball over 3 times shows you just truly how utterly gifted they are, how great Joe is, how great Jamar is, how great T is. Orlando had a shaky game, I think, today. But he was his first game back in quite some time. He's been pretty good this year when he's been out on the field, so I'm not worried about Orlando Brown. I don't know what was the stat that came out 2 weeks ago that said there's been 7 losses, something like this, 7 or 8 losses now where a team has scored 30 points and lost the game, and now the Bengals are 5 of them, whatever that stat is. So that continues that trend. Joe throws for 310 yards. We rushed for 93. Chase Brown had a couple really great rushes today. Yeah, all the Joe Mixon. You said this earlier. I'll listen, right? I'll listen if you lament Jesse Bates, DJ Reader, whoever you want to do on the defensive side. I'll listen to you. If you say anything about Joe Mixon, get out of here, because Chase Brown's been he fits this offense way better. He's been really, really good. You said this earlier, and this is the only thing I want to say about the offense, because like you said, they've been great. Joe Burrow with another 112 passer rating, and that's once again turning the ball over 3 times. I don't know what his QBR is, but he presumably it's happening right now. He's going to have to sit up on that podium and answer questions again. And he was pissed 4 weeks ago. I guess I'm feeling bad for my quarterback here, that he has to go up there and answer questions about this team when he's going 28 for 38, 310 yards, 3 touchdowns. He got sacked 4 times and had 2 fumbles, which would have made it 6 sacks. So, I don't know what there is to say about this offense other than this is an elite offense. We're finally getting what we wanted as an offense, and it's just a crying shame that it's all for naught. It is it's all for nothing. Chad Waits with a $5 super chat. Fire everyone or me and Zebra protest. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Well, as the meme goes, that's too dang bad because this is our reality. This is what we're dealing with.
Yeah. You're just talking about Joe Burrow is on the podium right now, and a quote that just came out. I feel the pressure on me to be great. I have to play to the ultimate peak of my ability for us to win. Right. Yeah. I mean, you're 100%. He's unfortunately, he is right. At the end of the day, Joe Burrow has to be perfect every single week in order for this team to win with the way that this defense is performing right now. And the most difficult part about it is that everybody in that locker room knows it too. Yeah. When everybody in that locker room knows how bad this defense is, all it does is create this level of animosity towards your teammates, which Zach Taylor can be the best culture coach in the NFL. But at the end of the day, when your defense is this bad, there is bound to be animosity, and it is going to build up and build up and build up. And to Joe Burrow's point, if Joe Burrow isn't perfect, and if this offense isn't perfect, and we saw it today, 3 turnovers, this defense is not good enough to win you those games that otherwise you probably could win with a semi-decent defense, right? Let's say you hold the Steelers to just 1 field goal out of those touchdowns that you give up. That's a completely different outcome and a completely different game and a completely different approach. But just over and over again, Joe Burrow has to be perfect. And what's crazy to me, I'm looking at this now, and obviously we're going to watch film this week, and we'll be back on Tuesday with a breakdown. From a pass blocking perspective, this offensive line actually graded fine.
Yeah, they did fine.
The problem was, and I'll be interested to see what happens this week. Orlando Brown Jr. did not look healthy to me today. Mm-hmm. And he was very slow, and you saw it on the last play the strip sack fumble recover touchdown. I mean, he got beat on speed, and he wasn't anywhere close to picking up that block. Yeah. If he's not fully healthy, I realize how bad the interior of the offensive line has been. But if you forced him back just because you wanted to be able to move Cody Ford inside and bench one of your interior offensive linemen, it showed today that was a bad move. And I'm interested to see what happens moving forward if Orlando Brown Jr. continues to play, or if they sit him down a little bit longer with that tennis thigh or tennis leg or whatever it was that he had, that injury that when I looked said that recovery can be anywhere from 6 weeks to several months. So I was a little surprised that people thought he was a week-to-week candidate to begin with, but I don't know. What's your thoughts on Orlando Brown Jr. and this offensive line?
Orlando Brown, you're right. He didn't look fully healthy, and him playing is just another symptom of losing. And what I mean by that is, you've watched a lot of sports over the years. I've watched a lot, been on some sports teams that there's this old saying that winning solves everything. When you're just winning, things just seem to keep falling in line for you. And when you're losing, the opposite's true. That's that old Lombardi quote. He's like, winning's contagious. Unfortunately, so is losing. But when you start losing, and when the season's on the line, you make decisions, and that's where the Bengals were at. The seasons were on the line, and Orlando Brown's like, I got to play because we're playing, a great pass rush, and I just got to be out there. I'm the best guy on this line. And that's a symptom of losing games. If this team is around 500, Orlando Brown probably doesn't play today. And he takes it off because he's got to get healthy for games that are more important. But because you're losing games, you only magnify things that need, and you rush things. You rush injuries back. You make rash decisions. Like, I was watching another example of how contagious losing can be and how it puts kind of a magnifying glass, and winning's the complete opposite. You watched presumably that Lions game over the weekend or on Thursday, and they run that play with Penei Sewell where he's gonna throw the ball, right? They're gonna have their tackle throw the ball. You can't call that play if you're a losing team, because if it doesn't work, you are crucified. You can do it when you're 10-1 because, like, what do you have to lose? But it's just like Orlando Brown. Yes, he clearly wasn't healthy. He had to come back today because we were playing a really good pass rush, and he hit it for the most part. But when probably the biggest play of the game, that scoop and score, was because of him. And that's just a symptom of losing. It just straight up is a symptom of losing that he has to come out there. Like I said, if you're a 500 team, you don't have to play there, Orlando Brown. It just is. And I don't know where else we go from there. I don't know if you have any other things that you want to get off your chest, but the final thing I want to say is just like, who cares? But go on, Craig.
Well, let me just say this, and since we're talking about 30 points again, I don't think you said it, so I apologize if you did, but the Bengals in week 13 just tied an NFL record with their 4th loss, having scored 30 or more points in a season. Four losses this season, having scored 30 or more. That ties the NFL record with the 2002 Kansas City Chiefs. Hard to imagine a scenario where this team doesn't shatter that record, if I'm being honest at this point. Looking at the schedule, looks like an opportunity here over the next couple of weeks to go ahead and break that record too. So if we want to set some record and make historic marks, there's your opportunity. Unfortunately, it just I think who cares at this point is probably right. I've been saying for several weeks that this team just isn't at that level this year. I kind of resigned myself to it several weeks ago. I know a lot of people were holding out hope, and we even went as far on Tuesday to do the playoff machine. But the reality is that you knew very on in the season with this team that they just weren't good enough to be at the level that you had hoped in the preseason. And a lot of people had high hopes, win the division, make the Super Bowl again, but so many holes have opened up and shown themselves throughout the entire course of the season that it just, I think anybody really could have looked at this team over the last several weeks and recognized that this wasn't going to happen for them. Obviously we care, and we care a lot. That's why we do this show. That's why, I went to every game when I lived in Cincinnati and had season tickets and all those things. Like, I care, I do. But I'm also you have to be a realist with yourself, and you can't allow, a professional sports team to affect your mood and your outlook on life and all those other things. And it's tough, and certainly going to be tough to go about. But I think you look at I'm looking at quotes as they come out in this post game, and it just like I don't know why I would invest my mental health into something like this. And when guys are asked in the locker room and kind of ask about how they can improve and get better, and their response is that's above my pay grade. Like, my outlook on this is going to be very similar to theirs. And right now theirs doesn't seem to be that they have or want to have an answer. So why should I?
Yeah, no, it's who cares? It's you famously, I think you got in some trouble during the Red season about saying don't let these your favorite sports team ruin your life. Don't let them ruin your week. It's hard not to do that when we care so much. But yeah, go outside. Go have some things. I was just looking. You said 4 losses when the Bengals score 30 or more points. They are 2-4 this season. They've scored 30-plus points 6 times. They are 2-4 when they score 30-plus points. How is that possible? Crazy enough, when the Bengals score 21 points or fewer, they're 2-2. 2-2 when they score 21 points or fewer. 2-4 when they score 30-plus points. And 0-for when they score in the 20s. So it is what it is. It truly is just, this team is something else. It's crazy. And I was checking my phone while you're making your last point, is about how easy this Bengals schedule is. And I'll say this. Every win that the Bengals have are against really bad teams. But they only have like 1 loss against a bad team. Like, they have 8 losses, 7 are against playoff teams. So we looked at this season and looked at this schedule and going like, oh, this schedule is going to be a cakewalk. I don't think it quite was that. I don't know what our strength of schedule is. I know it's really low, but it's just like we still – I mean, I'm looking at 8 losses. Sorry, I'm just responding in real time to a Chatterbox group thread. That was a text from Trace. He said, this is the easiest schedule ever. How is the season over? I was like, I don't know. Was it? But I don't know, Craig. We'll wrap it up because I'm a bit worn out talking about the Cincinnati Bengals. And there's good pigskin going on right now, so I'm going to go and watch better football teams play. But one thing that you said that I think described a light, and I've been thinking about this, about the NFL season in general, is we react in real time to all the twists and turns of an NFL season. Teams play really great, then they suck, and then, like, I'm talking on a grand level. But at the end of the year, you look back, and besides like 1 or 2 surprises, you pretty much knew going into the year what you had. Like we can look at, if you're just looking at the NFL schedule right now, yeah, the 49ers not being that great, pretty surprising. Maybe the Commanders being pretty good is surprising. Pretty much everyone else, we knew we were going to be good going into the year. We knew the Chiefs were going to be good. We knew the Bills were going to be good. We knew the Ravens were going to be good. We knew the Lions were going to be good. Like, we knew the Eagles were probably going to be pretty good. So I think about this Bengals team, and we respond to all the twists and turns, the highs and lows. It's like riding a roller coaster at Kings Island. But pretty much week 3, I think when we lost to the Commanders, we're like, this offense is great. This defense sucks. And you go through the year, and pretty much what you knew in week 3 is what we know here at week 13 when the season's officially done, is that the defense is terrible, the offense is elite, and this team isn't anywhere near being a playoff contender. Even playoff, and they won't be anywhere near the postseason at the end of the year. But, Craig, thank you for being in here. Thank you for my rambling thoughts. I'm sorry. One day I'll make sense throughout an entire show. But it was a lot of fun. The game wasn't a whole lot of fun, but it was fun talking ball with you. Guys, thank you so much for everyone that was in the chat. We have 78 likes. If we can get up to 100, that'd be great. Jacob will be back on Tuesday. You guys will dissect the game film. I'm sure there will be a lot of dump-offs to running backs and some turnovers and all the good stuff. As you guys are putting in all of the quotes from Joe and Zach and everything like that. And to be honest with you, there's 153 people in this stream right now. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have it in my heart to react to those quotes live because they're probably going to break my poor little heart. I'm trying to do exactly what this says right here, and who cares? I'm trying not to care. Craig, any other parting thoughts as we wrap this thing up?
No, I mean the parting thoughts are that you've got potentially the best quarterback in the NFL, and the window is forever. And there's a lot of work that has to be done, but just like most fans, come this off season, I'm going to put my rose-colored glasses back on. I've turned all black for this season. I'm wearing my all black for this season, but come next year, I'll be right back with it with my rose-colored glasses, and I'm sure, like many, I'll be projecting the Bengals to win double-digit games and fighting for a Super Bowl again. So I look forward to that day. In the meantime, that Jacob and I will be here to take you through the rest of this season. But, I'm looking forward to this offseason, and, we'll have plenty of content throughout the offseason and the draft and everything else as we look forward to 2025.
Unfortunately, you've got, 5 more games to get through before you get to that postseason. But, Craig, it was a pleasure. You're looking great. The good news, how many pounds are you down? I don't know if people follow your weight loss journey on Twitter. I don't mean to put you on the spot if you don't want to answer that question. That's fine.
No, you're good.
You look great.
I appreciate that. Thanksgiving got me a little bit, but I think I'm down about 110 pounds. So
that's incredible.
Working on getting the health in order and making sure that I can be there for my daughter long term, and certainly don't want to be one of the statistics. And putting in the work, and appreciate the support of everybody. And yeah, long way to go, just like this Bengals team, but progress nonetheless.
All right. Well, We'll see you guys. Thank you so much for being in here. The Bengals lose another one, 44-38. Russell Wilson, most rushed passing yards since 2017. Steelers, most total yards in a regular season game since 2018. Another historic loss for our beloved Hoo Days of Cincinnati High. See you next time, guys.